Hello, hello guys. Alright, into hell we go. I'm just hoping the queues won't be too long. But I would be surprised if they weren't this early. Guess I have to eat my words. That was a much faster queue than I thought. It was going to be. I am probably gonna have to see if I can find a duo partner for today.
Select your god.
Alright, what do I try to balloon on them? I imagine it's going to be a... solo Bellona, but you never really know these days. Could be support in jungle too. Let's try Alma. See how she does in this new situation. Yeah, I haven't played Alma in a little while. It'll be interesting. Hopefully fun, most of all. I gotta take this aspect off. I don't know why I even have it activated. I guess it's just because it was really good for a while. Oh, fucking hell. Of course it's April I'm dealing with. I think I'm cooked. Like, I'm not... My whole team's gonna have lost by the time I even leave my lane. But hey, at least I'm not against it myself. That's a bonus. Because this matchup is terrible. Rama. Do I do a Sash or Medallion, actually? Probably a Sash. It's fucking assholes.
Minions have spawned.
Man. I hate not having to get blue early. Or first. He is solo, okay. Honestly, good. That means my team won't get super shit on throughout the whole game. That is good. Then I just pray that my team actually wins. Still though, it's still gonna be very scary later on.
On my way. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Scare me?
Be careful, Rice.
You're going nowhere.
Ganked right lane. Enemy spotted.
It's probably gonna get my camp here. It's okay, I'll just have to accept that for now.
Under attack.
It's kind of just the after effect of me having to spend so much time on my own blue this early. Damn it, I actually ended up in this matchup after all. Fuck. It's probably the only matchup I think Amma loses in this match, or in this meta at this point. Spallona is just unwinnable or unmatchable. Unboxable, there we go. With these new items. And in the first place, Amma has always been kind of rough into Bellona. He just shits on anything that auto attacks so easily. He's too good at it.
Ally has been slain. The help is performing.
Nice, Bruder.
Gank right lane my way. Enemy spotted.
I might lose my blue here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Easy, no way.
Thanks.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, he's going Devos first as well, actually. I'll probably should get that second, now that I'm going Amplifier first.
Your right tower is under attack.
Alright, It's just back. Finish this up. I completely forgot about Devos on like some melee characters here. Let's do that.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm giving a little too much up here. I gotta not give as much up as I am right now. I want to see how much I'm healing here too. I don't really know how much Amma heals now after the healing changes. Still, it's also a rank 1 heal, so it's not really gonna heal that much either way. It's not bad though. I mean, you still get the shield on the one, which feels nice.
They're on all three.
Attack the Gold Fury. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Attack the Gold Fury. On my way.
Someone beats this well, I'm not sure who it was.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Well, that was surprising. And very strange. The fuck, man?
Your left tower.
What is that? When I saw Paul, I was like, okay, weird. And then there's fucking 2 other people with him. It's so horseshit. Like, I'm not already behind. I also accidentally pressed my center out of sheer panic in the situation. So I just fucked that up too. If I lose my fucking buff here because of that, I'm gonna be mad. I think I'm alright though. What stupid gank. I mean, I'm happy my team has a brain and just went straight to gold. Because otherwise that would have been absolutely tragic for me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. And the rain shall wash them away.
Oh. Okay, did oracles. Not the
Enemy has been slain.
first ones, I guess. Or they just respawned. Hey, level 11, man. I'm getting fucking cooked. That death was so bad too, because I lost a full wave of it. I gotta just try and farm as much as I can now, so I'm at least not behind when fighting starts.
Amazing, man. Nice.
The rain shall wash them away.
How did Ganesh get the kill? His aspect. That kinda sucks. I really need that kill. Oh, now I'm armor, so I can just take towers a single time if my enemy dies. That's great.
Light on your feet. What?
Attack! Right back. Okay. Until you endure your pride, you will suffer.
Enemy missing left. I have no fear.
Let's finish those.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Be careful.
Ultimate is ready. Your left tower is under attack. On my way. Enemy missing middle. Enemy has been slain. You are the universe. Nobody can compare to my splendor. Attack the fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Enemy ultimate down.
No, I tried to cancel it. Shit.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack the goat fury.
Oh well, at least we can get gold for free.
Team has destroyed the gold fury. Nice job. I'll attack middle lane. Ultimate
Also, full disclosure, I did play this patch a little bit, even after my stream. When rank came up, I had to go for a while. I had to go out. But when I came back, I did do like 2 games of ranked. So I did play a bit yesterday, but... One game I played Hu Yi, so I didn't really try anything in solo. I didn't try anything new, I guess, is also what I'll say. Because I wanted to try out the new stuff, interesting stuff, on stream specifically.
I'm not done with you.
enemy has been slain.
No fear.
Your left tower is under attack.
Scare me?
Up on the wall.
Wash them away.
Bellona seems like really hard to deal with. Right now it's also just because, like, it's hard for me to tell in a matchup that is already bad in the first place. Generally into Bellona, you want something that doesn't rely on auto attacks, so you can still actually fight back despite you being against someone who... You just can't auto attack her, man, that's the issue.
Enemy spotted.
That's too bad. Your middle tower is under attack. Ready. Enemy has been slain. The rain will wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
Gotta secure my own shit.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's done. I'm cooked. Damn. Right, this item.
I'll attack left lane.
Didn't actually expect him to go straight for me.
On my way.
Tried to just poke a little bit before I went out. My own greed.
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn, I actually thought that would hit.
Oh, yeah, I'm dead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemies at the fire giant. Cancel that.
Will not be an issue.
Attack the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
He's too fucking fast. We're in an age where Apollo can't be chased by fucking ammo, dude. Maybe if I actually healed myself, I could have caught him. Not sure. No, I don't have that item yet. Never mind.
And the rain shall wash them away. Help! Your right tower is under attack. Gank. Your right tower has been destroyed. Yes.
I'm just getting so carried this game.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Really not exactly what I was hoping for. Oh, apologies.
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn, shouldn't have dashed, I guess. I keep forgetting about Jade Scepter. I still just don't have it in my muscle memory that it's a thing that everyone can basically do. That sucks, he should have just been dead.
Think you scare me?
It's a funny visual glitch I just noticed there.
Attack fire giant. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Lane.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
No, don't chase.
Attack
No point.
right lane.
I'm not sure what team wants to go here.
Attack middle lane.
I'll attack right lane.
Right lane.
Raised by divine renewal.
Damn.
Your left is under attack. Spotted. Attack right lane. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. I need your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
She got.
It's gotta be sneaky.
I think I just gotta start banning Bologna, to be honest. Because he doesn't take a whole lot of skill to really utilize either. Obviously this is April, so he's gonna be good at it no matter what, but
Your middle tower.
Bologna might just be the banned god now. I'll wait actually. I want to get 20 and then finish my starter at least. It's gonna help on my cooldowns.
Be right back. Attack the gold fury.
Dude, that healing is fucking wild and should not be a thing. That's insane.
Enemy ultimate's down.
Yeah, I'm banning Bologna from now on. Absolutely fucked what I just saw.
I'll attack the gold. Attack the gold.
I keep forgetting about Sanguine Lash. Fucking hell. That's what I should have bought right now.
Enemy missing left. Out of here.
Enemies in left lane.
Oops.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. On my way. Rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
How did he heal so much? Honestly, I couldn't even tell you, I feel like. Almost couldn't even tell you. He just does. It's just all the lifesteal he has combined with he's 3, I guess. I'm not even sure. It's just healing is so overpowered in this patch because you can't stop it from happening. You can only lessen the effect a little bit.
Rain shall wash them away. Attack left lane.
Eclipse in radiance.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. I'll attack right lane. I'll gank right lane.
No, you guys should just push. I'm just gonna deal with Bologna.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bellona's the only problem on that team. Just look out for her.
Left enemy tower.
Ballon.
You are the universe. Attack left lane.
Illuminated brilliant.
Your team destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
That we can just finish.
Yeah, I pretty much did nothing this game.
Simply devilish.
That was awesome.
I got cooked by April. I'll take a free win once in a while. Amma feels tough into Bellona for sure. I mean, it's always been a rough matchup for her. $87 stacks on Devils. Yeah, it stacks infinitely now. But to a lesser extent, once you reach the usual amount of stacks, it will go above. And I believe I forgot how much it scales down, but it does lessen a bit. But it's still very good, obviously. Like infinite scaling is a hard thing to balance. It's practically a must buy on anything that can build it. Yeah, I think Ra was just trying the new items. He did mention it in the beginning of the match. I tried it myself. Like, Ra solo is pretty fun if you're dealing with... Wait, where's Bellona? If you're dealing with... I completely forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, never mind. I was trying Ra solo with that build. With like ample, like Vital Lamp and stuff like that. To see if it could work on him, but if you're meeting something that uses those items better than you do, you have zero chance. I met a Bellona, you know, big surprise. I met a Bellona when I was playing that Ra, and I could not fight back whatsoever. Despite me having that range advantage, it didn't matter. It's just she heals so much, she was absolutely insane. But that might have just been because of it being, you know, her. So I might try it again. I could definitely try it again today at some point. There's a few things I've written down I want to try. Eventually, I'm gonna have to play the Bellona myself just to get a feel for it, but I've never been the biggest Bellona player in the first place, but I do want to try it. Anyway, the Ra thing, I felt like when I tried it, that you will just be doing less damage than if you just went full mage, and just went Nibble Ring where you also just get more attack speed. So I think you can make it work, but I don't see it being better than the usual Ra build. I just don't. I want to try an Apollo build that I've been checking out. Well, not that I've been checking out. Is that now Leviathan Hide now gives you max like permanent HP by hitting the enemy. I want to try that. That sounds like a pretty good item on Apollo with the aspect. Contagion is really fucking good now. Another item that just gives you a shit ton of HP. So I want to try some HP, some different HP items on him. And see how they feel. Not to mention they buffed Golden Blade. Like, Aspect Apollo should be really fucking good now. Or even better than it was before. They just buffed all these items. I'd argue the only reason why he wouldn't be good is because of how dominant the white or the gold number items are, like Sanguine, as well as like Mystical Mill. Like the combination of those two do so much damage that I'm not even sure Apollo can even like really deal with that, because those items are not going to be good on him. You don't want to be close as Apollo generally. He's not really an in-your-face kind of god. Like you still want to stay at range, and then when they get close, you still have the mess and all that. It definitely feels like a ranged warrior more than still a melee god. Because you don't really have any reason to be up close.
Follow.
At least I'm not seeing a world where Apollo aspect right now would be bad. I think I'll be happy as long as I'm not into a Cabrakan in this game, because that's just gonna be a so boring matchup. It is April, but if he's going Cardinals, I feel like he's gonna go jungle. Yeah, I think I have to go beats.
I'll take one of those.
Actually, I was thinking Devos. Maybe Apollo isn't actually that good, because he doesn't utilize the really broken items in this patch. Despite a lot of his items being buffed. No, he is still supposed to be... okay. Still solo. Alright. Should be okay. I think I lose early because I don't have better wave clear. And if he's running aspect, he's probably going to just dash at my face, and I don't really outdamage him this early, so... Later on, though, I feel like I should be winning those matchups. But I suppose we'll see. Maybe I can win early. It all really depends on how he plays it. Have you made a Soul Mage with Nibble Ring plus Vital Lamp yet? No, I haven't, but I also barely played so far. I played 2 ranked games last night, and then I just played 1, so overall that's only 3 games of ranked. But all 3 are wins, so a good start, much better than last time. I'll take it. Did I auto one too many? No, I didn't. Good. Yeah, I don't want to fight him this early. He just out-damages me automatically. That's still so much damage, though.
Your right tower is under attack.
Why am I lagging a little bit? This feels like a terrible server for me. My autos feel so delayed.
An enemy has been slain.
Weird. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. now that I've messed, it should be easier. Because now I'm just an Apollo into a melee god, which is just generally always an advantage, it feels like.
Your right tower is under attack.
Set up an ambush here.
Man, I fucked up. Aw,
Ah, no.
he's cooked.
My bad.
Oh, it's the big minion. That sucks.
Your right tower is
Now I'm still feeling a weird little delay on my autos. It's weird. It's kind of triggering me a little bit. Or like it confuses my brain. Yeah, I can imagine that Vital Amplifier current center is gonna be pretty good as well. Since his one for some reason counts as a heal.
Enemy missing left.
Which is weird. I really think that's very strange.
runs rampant.
Bugs and Smile not weird. It's intended though. Isn't it? I believe they... I don't know if they mentioned the patch notes, but... people were talking about it. So I'm not... I think it's intended.
An ally has
Like,
left
a lot
the
of gods now have... like, some weird abilities that count as heals now after this patch. Like, Bellona's 3 as well counts as a heal. That's why she's so powerful. Exactly the same reason. Bellona 3 was always a heal. Yeah. It just worked differently in Smite 1. I think in Smite 1 it didn't have like a set amount of healing, did it? I forgot. I'm not a Bellona player. I feel like it worked differently in Smite 1 than it does in Smite 2. I could be wrong though.
I have
Enemy
returned.
missing left.
On my way.
Turn is strictly lifesteal. Yeah, because Bellona's isn't. Bellona's is always a set amount. So it just does really well if you have a lot of attack speed, but it's never going to go up or down. Outside of you just leveling the ability itself. Alright, it's back. I don't want to fight before I finish my item here. He has a finished item while I don't. At the same time, I don't want to back,
Enemies in the right jungle.
because I'm going to lose XP if I do.
Your right tower is under attack.
Fine.
Enemy missing left. Careful right.
What do I build now, though? Probably just Contagion, actually.
Take right lane.
I think I just go for the early Contagion.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful, right? The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job.
Still not level 9, man. Kinda sucks I didn't just pre-beats, to be honest. But I was a little afraid that I had to end up ulting that. I'm ulting over, go on, Merc.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle
He's on
tower
purple.
is under attack. Your middle tower
Oh, fuck, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Yes. Attack the gold fury. Oh, you move like a jaguar. I've slain an enemy.
Should go gold.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
He did my blue. I heard that.
Retreat.
Retreat.
Just run, just.
On my way. Ally has been slain.
That's too bad.
Double kill.
Your left tower is under attack.
Maya Riffy.
Your left tower is under attack.
That sucks. Cabragan just constantly CCing me there. Merc should have been so free. He is high level because he's just perma farming. He's literally just not even rotating a single time.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think this is the tower gone.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I've got blue. Fuck.
Yeah, you gotta farm, buddy. You're level 9.
Yeah,
Is under attack.
He's so fed now. We gotta just
that
leave him.
once would always help as well.
The pyro has arrived. Your left tower is under
Man, that really sucks. The fact that we're so far behind on Thana is really fucking tragic, because he should have been dead 100% there. I do not think there was a single chance that he actually survives.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're just feeding April's ego, and that's already big enough. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe he gets overconfident. Because I can fight him by myself. Well, maybe not now, he's 2 levels ahead, but I can fight him by myself. I just need to be careful that I'm not overbaiting, because I was kind of just fully betting on the fact that he was gonna die to Thana even if I die here. But, yeah.
Your right tower
It happens.
is under attack.
He doesn't sound green.
The enemy
Interesting.
team has destroyed the gold fury.
I mean, I guess the more I look at it, the more we're kind of getting super shit on over in duo.
Your middle tower is under
That's right, that's his ult. Glad I kept my beats.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think maybe I do like a frenzy in this
Enemy
case.
team has destroyed the pyromancer.
And I probably need to keep a ward on fire at all times this game.
Enemy has been slain.
Be right back.
Fuck, Brawlers is something I should have gone this game. Oh, does he have him? Nice.
Rain shall wash them away.
No, I went for it!
Hit him.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh. You move like a jaguar.
Yeah, I think I just go Brawlers now, but I don't get any attack speed off of that.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Dude, I hate that it doesn't show on this list. There it is. Surely Brawlers is good. Bro, stop backpedaling. Run! Oh my god. They do have Merc as well. Dude, there's so many items that I want. I hate it.
Teleport.
We gotta group more, boys. We should be winning these fights. This smoothie person is definitely inting a lot of the games as well. It's kind of in the last game as well. Just need to group, man. It's really not that difficult. This one is looking pretty cooked, though. It's mainly the fact that everyone is behind now.
Enemy
I don't know when Mercury got so fat, but it's a problem. And yeah, I think it's safe to say that Apollo probably isn't that good, because he can't build Devos.
Tower has been destroyed. Your
That's what
middle
feels the
tower
worst.
is under attack.
Aspect anyway. I think I could definitely do it if I went non-aspect. So I suppose there is that, but he just doesn't use it as well as some others would. Fuck it. I guess I'm going for it the first time. Let me make it, please. Fuck.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy slain.
No.
Your middle tower is under attack. I still got all my parts.
Surely I'm good.
Ally has been slain.
Please.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemies in right lane.
Ally has been slain. You are fabuloso. Very good. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I do feel a lack of attack speed. Actually, no, it doesn't give HP. Fuck. Yeah, the more I think about it, the less I actually think this aspect is better in this match. It's definitely worse.
Your right tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I do think usually in my build I would also have something like shifters, which helps me do a bit more damage.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyro. Your left tower is under attack. Wash them away.
Should've just ulted out, man. I didn't realize that was gonna be fucking Izanami here. My team isn't calling anything. We don't know anyone else, and why do I still have this? Where's that random axe in my fucking inventory?
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Shit. Oh man. No! He's not getting any of them. Oh my god, dude. That sucks, man. It is what it is, I suppose. This isn't looking that bad, though. I hope when I'm back up.
On my way.
That just sucks. Dude, what is he building? Artemis, don't build Spectral, buddy. Go full damage, bro. He's just shooting himself in the foot even more. Why did he even go Spectral? Just for Merc? It's not gonna make a difference. Yeah, that's not really much to do there. Once again, I did fuck up in my own lane. But I suppose that's a part of trying to learn the patch. There is definitely a recurring thing so far. It feels like you have to be a melee character that can use the, like, Sanguine Lash. Hello April, thank you for the raid. And GG's. So I gotta try that on some more gods. I kinda wanna do it on Mercury too. If you could just survive the laning phase on Merc, like a tank Merc could be kinda fun. Maybe Thor? Just have to try it, I suppose. Like, Alma feels good, but I'm gonna have to try it in a different kind of matchup than Bellona. I don't think she's gonna win into Bellona. Chalk's probably really good. Paley's probably really good. I have to play any Paley. I might have to play more Paley. I can't imagine she's bad this match. She's probably pretty damn good. Herc will be good. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. Warriors are good. I just wish my favorite warriors were in the game. I don't like most of them right now. Where is Vamana? And Modric's still ass, because why wouldn't he be? Though, to be fair, I don't know what they could do to make Modric good again. His kit just isn't that good. He's just okay. Hey, ZD, thank you for the raid, man. Getting all the raids all of a sudden. I appreciate it, guys. There has to be so many queues going on right now. I don't know if there's a good one yet. Probably not. So many terrible queues, yeah. I do need someone to queue with, though, to make it a bit less painful. Last game would have been nice to have someone to queue with. Because I feel like we should have probably won that game. We were in the control of it for the early stages, maybe even some mid game, but at one point it just started going wrong somewhere. Duo Q is same pain. I think it's a little less painful. At least you know there is one other teammate you can rely on. You don't know that if you're playing solo. Even if you get teammate, you still got random. Yeah, I mean, you still do. I know. It's just having like at least one other person that you know will perform is always nice to have. But you're right. I think the main issue that I have with trying to go for a duo queue would be that the queue is probably gonna be a bit longer, which is tough. So I'm still debating it. I'll decline for now, Okami, but maybe I'll do one more solo and let's see. Because right now, even the solo queue is really long. Does that change if you duo queue? I assume it's still long. But maybe it's the fact that so many people are actually duo queuing. That kind of fucks with the thing it's similar. Alright. The begin's been okay. They've been alright. I've had one win, one loss today so far. They weren't terrible, but I did have to deal with April in my lane both games, which is a good like wake up, very good wake up call, so I can just stop playing sloppy from the get go. I'm top pick though. Why? Why am I top pick? I don't have any SR. I guess no one else here has just played yet. Not sure who ban in this right now. Actually, I'm gonna ban. I'm probably gonna start banning Bologna more because of how powerful she's been. I think we'll ban Pele as well usually, but she's already banned. Hou Yi seems pretty powerful. I see some people banning Hou Yi. So far, I'm okay with it. I kind of want to see him more. I'm gonna ban Hades. Hades will probably be pretty good as well. Also seen some people ban the Guan Yu because his healing is very oppressive.
Select your god.
I will play Bologna. This is probably going to be April again if I had to guess. Because who else first picks Kunonos? He did end his stream though, but we'll see. Did Saren and Susano get buffed? No. Like, Kunonos is strong because his one counts as a heal, and there's so many good items for healers right now. Or the ones that have some kind of self healing, like Hercules. Like Hercules, Ama, Kunonos. Who else? I don't know if Bari counts as a heal, but like, you know, Pele, like shit like that has, like, that are damage dealers but have a heal in their kit, can buff themselves so well with some of the current items. Oh, it's Woofy and CERN, okay. Maybe CERN is someone who needs to be banned, because a lot of people seem to prioritize him now. We'll see, I suppose. I don't really think, like, my issue with Kernels is same thing if, like, I would play him in solo if it wasn't because he felt so bad to play in late game team fighting. He very much plays like an assassin. You want to just go in, you want to dash people. I think you can definitely make him work in lane in solo, but once you're outside of the lane, he feels really weak to me. Because it's still just a Keranos. He's really not that scary. Just comparatively speaking to so much other shit in the game. Like in this game, I'm against Hercules, so this while this probably is a winning matchup, it's gonna be tougher than dealing with something like Ama because he has he's ability based. He's not really gonna auto me all that much, and he can keep his distance with his abilities. So could go either way probably. And Hercules does really well with the current items. That being said, Hercules isn't much of a Devourer's user, so at least he can't build that. Though, I mean, he still could, I guess, but I don't think he utilized it as well. Do I need beats this game? I probably do, actually. Otherwise, I might get really cooked late game into their comp. Don't expect me to play much Bellona either. I would rather just ban her than play her myself. I don't like her much. I find her kind of boring. I actually put her in kind of the same spot as I just talked about the Cardinals, where your laning phase is great, for the most part. Not as much in Smite 2 as she was in Smite 1, but your laning phase is generally good. But once you leave lane and you start team fighting, you just feel so weak. Because it's so hard for you to stick to characters. It's just right now, she is overwhelming in how strong the items are on her, but it's just their playstyle doesn't fit how I like playing the game. I would rather just play Ama, I think. Ama is more fun to me, while they're still kind of doing the same thing. It'll be fun to do a Bellona game though. I haven't played Bellona in a long fucking time. Like, really long time. And level 2 will be even more important. An early wave clear is going to be way more important than it probably ever was in Smite 2, now that there's only one camp to contest over at level 2. Because now that camps spawn way more out of sync, you have to be way more choosy with how you do it. If he dashes towards me, he's dead, but that would be a stupid thing to do. Yeah, so now that all the camps are a lot more out of sync, it's easier to just take everything if you get control, is what I've noticed so far. Because in this case, I'm not leaving him anything to take. At least before, you would still have the big harpies in the back. If you really were in trouble, you could just go do those and still get some kind of farm, but that's not the case anymore. Now I can just take everything and get even further ahead, so it does feel like solo is a bit more snowbally this time around.
Enemy spotted. Drop it.
close. I'm glad I held on to my ult. I don't think his 2 was gonna hit me there, but I feel that's just the story of Hercules in Smite 2. Didn't expect it to hit me, to be honest.
That's enough.
Let's wait for Loki to show up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Close. I couldn't tell how he was playing that. I didn't expect the ult from range. I almost fucked that up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And we still got blue somehow. Yeah, Herc 2 is much easier to hit in Smite 2. It really is.
Enemies in the left jungle. Yes. It is down.
Oh, very much overestimating the range on that. I think I actually need to level my 1 first, or my 3 first, instead of my 2. I don't know why I leveled my 2. It's not a habit.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Jade Scepter first, man.
Enemy has been slain.
Hit me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill.
No more mistakes.
I'll take a yoink. I'm actually not sorry. Oh, Devas are OP, but have you tried Vital first? No, I haven't tried it. This is the first time I'm playing Bologna, but I just want to get Devils stacked first, and then I go Vital Lamp, I think. It's kind of how I pictured it in my head.
Ally has been slain.
It's the usual case. Like, when you play ADC and you go for maybe a strong, like, first item that makes you able to box, that's great. But only if you actually get something out of that. It's one of those risk-taking builds, you know? If I don't go Devils first, but my enemy does, and I'll go for it second, by the time I finish my second item and we're pretty much even in builds, then he's gonna, you know, I just can't fight him now, because he's just gonna have permanently more stacks than me. Especially, that feels even worse because of it being infinite stacks. I think right now in solo, there's so many items you can go for first. Damn. missing a bit much.
Oh, easy wrong team, I am sorry. Enemy ultimate down.
Let's finish it.
Be careful left.
Let's do
Defend
this.
and go, Fury. Gang! Enemies have returned to base.
Dude, you can just solo gold as Kurnos this early in the game. That is wild.
The enemy team
Oh,
has
they still got
destroyed
it.
the Gold Fury.
Man, we're not going in on it though? That's kind of crazy to me.
La vista, amigo. Enemies in fabuloso.
Come on and hit me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Wash them away.
I love my autos are out of sync. It feels great, guys.
Triple kill.
Damn, Lohi got a triple kill in the meantime. You know what? I'll push the tower then.
That was a good fight.
I can probably full heal on this shit anyway. No, I can't. Maybe overestimating my healing a little bit.
Tower is under attack.
That's enough.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
It's still pretty good healing, yeah. It definitely is. I don't think I need to back.
Enemies in the jungle. Okay. Be careful left. Fabuloso.
Hit me.
It's a trap.
I think Herg is just one of those guys that will get better either way, because the more cooldown he gets, the harder he becomes to deal with.
Missing right.
Your middle tower is under
But
attack.
Bellona right now, like no matter what, he just won't be able to box me. That's pretty much it. I couldn't see anything. Man. I couldn't see shit. I think I need to go Sanguine.
Enemy team has destroyed the
Right.
Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, that sucks. I could have ulted out. I just didn't realize how low I got that fast. I just got one shot by all of them. Raw blind, the few times it was useful. Notice that blind is if you mean it because it flashes to black because it's something you do in settings. It's less harsh on the eyes, and I have sensitive eyes. My eyes don't like being flashbanged. It hurts.
Group up.
Okay. Enemy ultimate down.
the Gold Fury.
I guess it's just because Duo was getting kind of shafted that we're losing so hard. It feels like we're losing real bad. Like we can't fight back at all. It's only Loki who is fighting back. I'm not too sure what's happening here. That is a very low Hui though. Man, he just got back. I'm sad.
That's enough.
Okay, where is everyone? What the fuck? What is happening this game? Kraken is down too? On what? Oh dude, I'm so confused. What's happening in this one? What do I go now? Like Berserkers or something like that, probably? I guess I just don't rotate. I'm just gonna sit and farm, because for some reason my team isn't fighting back. Outside of Loki. And on her, I guess, but he's not there. Mid definitely doesn't want to fight. Tavin's heart might be a meme. What even is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's an in-lifesteal. Nice.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Man, I was really just waiting for my fucking one to get back up. Tragic. Need more attack speed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, Hui is taking my tower now. What is happening?
Your middle tower is under
What the fuck? Ah, he might be cooked now.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Nice. That's huge. Ganesh absolutely pro gaming right now.
Well fought.
Absolutely pro gaming on him. His name does not lie. He is in fact pro ex-gamer. Yeah, I'll have to regrowth. I don't know if I like Draconic. Draconic just seems like it's ass, isn't it?
Hit me.
Defend the Gold Fury. Enemies in the right jungle.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Ward the fire giant. Ward here. Ward the fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack.
Cardinals might be able to do fire with Herc. We gotta keep an eye on it. Rest of you just do gold. Poseidon, come with me. I guess not. Herc is there.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy has been slain.
I was ready to just go full on. Start calling there.
No reason to hold back.
But you do this and you come with me. We're doing this.
Excellent.
I had a plan in mind, but they weren't doing it at all. I'm kind of sad now. Maybe I don't go Brawlers, but I feel like Brawlers is just too good not to build as well.
Attack Fire Giant.
Oh yeah, I already forgot, dude. I have to build this shit first. The boots.
Enemy team has
Wherever they are.
destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Vista, amigo.
Okay, dude.
I'm not so easily defeated. Attack Fire Giant.
Guess we're back. I'll build Brawlers now that I'm building it, but I gotta go get the boots. Yeah, there they are. I guess I can just buy them first, actually. I do have some of the pathing there. Just need 1k.
Destroyed the fire giant. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Hit me.
Cancel that. Be careful.
On my way. Come on and hit me.
Middle enemy tower. Middle enemy Phoenix. Your left tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Didn't realize Loki was in there. I could have tanked it for like 1 or 2 more shots, but that's it. Don't think we should have chased it in the first place.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's enough.
Has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I should have just beat, I guess. God damn. Goodness. I was trying to ult, but it lasted longer than I thought. I mean, I'm learning. Colonelus is a fucking threat. He also does have Titan's Bane, so the few tankiness or tanky items that I do have don't really matter. How is Might, be honest? I mean, it's the first day. I can't really judge him the first day, but there's obviously a lot of unbalanced shit in this patch. Knowing me, though, I will get tired of this patch very fast, because it's kind of something that leans towards something I don't care about. Like, auto-attack warriors isn't really my thing, and yes, I know that's very strange, knowing that I'm generally known for playing Vamana, but I never liked Vamana because of the auto-attacking stuff he had. I just like his kit. It's just fun to me. And I guess in recent years, I also just leaned way more towards like ability-based gods. So I still like Vamana in that sense. I love playing like an abilities-based Vamana. I think it would be great in Smite 2 as well. Like auto-canceling with like Hydras and shit, I think it would be great with that. I really want to play it. But, alas. I'm being denied.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Yes.
Colonel's beats.
That's enough.
Stepping away for a moment. No.
Yes.
Ra is definitely tough. A Ra with Jade Scepter is just something I can't like deal with. Wait. Huh? He has Berserkers as well. This used to be a thing you could buy on Warrior or ADCs, but I think this is kind of bad for ADCs. I really do. The passive will do nothing for you. Though I suppose, I don't know actually, 45% attack speed is kind of crazy. But that's it. You're literally just paying for 45 attack speed when I'm looking at it. That protection will do you nothing. It's not going to be the difference maker between you dying or not in a late game team fight. In the rarest of cases, sure, but like you should just buy attack speed then, if that's what you want. He also has kins though, so I'm not sure he's aware of what he's building.
Enemy spotted.
I mean, I set up for my team, but I also went in thinking I had my ult up, which I didn't. Whoops. I was just pointing down, pressing my ult, and nothing happened, and I had a realization. I mean, this doesn't look good. Somehow it still worked out, though. Hit the autos! Yes, he did it. There's also this. I should have had Death's Embrace way earlier. It gives you so much more healing, too. Hello, Albie. Yo, Albie, are you back? I've seen you a few times in my games. Is Smite back? It's not, but One can hope.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Be right back. The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way.
Dude, low-key damage is insane. How is he one-shotting a Hercules? Seems balanced. I mean, if I'm doing that much damage to a full tank when I'm not building any damage items, really. Then yeah, I mean, I suppose it's pretty easy for Loki to one-shot a Hercules.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I don't have my ult again, though. I gotta have to be a little careful. Bye. Yeah, this match went pretty well. I was getting used to Bellona, though. There's definitely times where it was a bit rocky. Though I guess it's less about getting used to Bellona and more about getting used to like Kernus doing a shit ton of damage. He just practically one-shot me at one point. But he could do that before as well. I don't think that's something that is exclusive to this new patch. He was just kind of crazy at times. No, let me remove the red dot. No. So yeah, it's just that he heals so much now while doing it. Yeah, sorry, Okami, my Q just popped. I think solo queue is fine for now. Like, it hasn't been terrible. I haven't lost my mind yet. If I can get decent games and the queue can stay low, then I'm happy. That's pretty much all. I need to figure out what I can go with, which god I should pick if I am against a Bellona or like an Amma or something like that. Because I almost feel like I have to go for something that can build Jade Scepter and just go for it early. It might actually just have to be Ra. But Ra is still a problem. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. Like, he's low mobility. They're still just gonna run me down. Fucking hell, I got something in my throat. Honestly, maybe Wukong. Still just go for the end Wukong and just sit back. Poke from a mile away, but poking in this meta is gonna feel like ass. Because everyone's just gonna heal it back up. Cthulhu is good into her? That's great. That's the most useful information I've ever heard. No, actually, I know exactly what you should go for into all the healing gods. You go Cerberus. They reduced the heal steal. They did, but there's so much of it now. If anything, it's probably better now than it was before, because everyone will be doing healing. So, just imagine it's still really good. Yeah, I might do some suppers
Your
a bit
god.
later. Not right now, though. Yeah, I definitely don't think this patch makes it easier for casual players to understand the game. I really don't. I could do Bologna again. I kind of want to just play armor, though. At least go for 1 magic damage, guys. I want to be able to build Sanguine. I'm going to build it either way, probably, because it's just that OP, but... let me make use of the magic protection it has. Mordred seems like he would be great. Not from what I've tried so far. The problem with Mordred is that he is fully ability based. And right now, it's definitely just better to be auto based. Armor, Bellona, I mean, arguably even Herc a little bit. So you do auto attack a lot with Herc, not to mention he has an attack speed there on his 3. Like, it's weird. Mordred he even has all like the right things to be good in this patch. It's just he isn't. I think he's probably okay. If I had to be critical about it, he's probably okay to maybe good. But he's so awkward to use right now. He just feels really slow despite having a dash that can be reset. You're stuck, excuse me, you're stuck in your 1 animation for a while. The 3 feels like it does no damage. The 2 is probably his only quote-unquote like useful ability in a way. The ultimate is unreliable. He's just a bit weird. It's hard to explain. No doubt that he can work. You just need the right scenario. I think I have to go Beats this game. Athena, Mulan. Yeah, I mean that's... I think I actually have to. I'm gonna try to do Devours first this time and not Vital Lamp first. Just to see if the early game feels a little bit more smooth. It's still just OP. I think that the item itself is just too strong. I don't know why it has 3 charges. It feels like not only is it basically a mystical mail, it also has an active thing that will do damage. That by itself feels way too powerful.
Minions have spawned.
This is looking pretty rough though, because our Kali is not a main jungler and we're against April. I won't even take the risk. Usually I level my 2 or my 1. But I don't really want to do that this time. This matchup is probably alright for a Mulan, to be honest. Armor is not that scary, really.
Retreat right lane.
I might be cooked. I'm alright. Did Amma ever really feel great early? I would say she did when she was running int. Because you could just one-shot the waves early. You just went conduit, you would one-shot the wave at level 1. Which is insane.
Your middle tower.
You have a jump, right? Okay, good.
Enemy has been slain.
But yeah, I mean, traditionally and historically, Amma hasn't been great early. Like, int Amma was just broken. It was super broken. She healed too much, she did too much damage, it was just a bit of everything. Amma was completely broken on her release. But that's kind of just the story of most gods in Smite too. It's been very coin flipped actually, and who's broken and who's not. Some release completely busted, and others are like Rama. I exist. Sometimes. That sucks, man.
On my way.
That's really bad. Hopefully I don't lose too much of the way from this. But my dash is still gonna be on cooldown when I respawn.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
I think I got small ones at least. That's something. Okay, great. Let me just go and hit nothing. Like, at all. Not even the wave. Fucking hell. The dilemma of trying to hit both and hitting nothing.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful right. Enemy missing.
Win warriors as well, so he will probably out-trade me if I'm not auto-attacking for the most part, so... Don't know when name is, so I don't want to fight.
Chase the enemy. Be right back.
Like, Mulan just has a good kit. She's definitely better, like, mid/late than she generally has been early. At least in my head. But that's because she's got a great, like, initiating ability. And, like, a... How should we say it? Like, her 3 is just really good for initiating things.
The rain shall wash them away.
And with low cooldown, she feels straight up unfair to deal with. With how much she can spam it. Dude, I'm really far behind in XP. Even after that wave, I'm not level 7 and he's already 7. Fuck.
I'll attack right lane.
How? How am I so far behind in XP?
Okay, completed.
He didn't even get the kill on me either. Weird.
Okay. You killed what? Chase the enemy. You are impressive.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Cancel
Well, that sucks. But that was exactly enough to kill me. I don't understand why I'm so far behind in XP. I don't think I lost much by dying, I guess. But strange.
Nice job. Return to base.
Oh yeah, never mind. It's the fact that I'm losing blue that makes me fucking fall behind. Damn it.
Your middle
I did
tower
forget
is
about
under
losing blue.
Completed. Enemy missing defend middle lane.
Your middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
you guys are right. I do hope I'm not against April all day. I feel like every time that happens, I lose a lot. Especially if he's gonna do a Q with Klino. Like, even if I manage to win lane, I highly doubt that I'm gonna be able to solo carry in any shape or form. If I don't have someone else in my team, at least. This doesn't look too bad yet, though. We are even, so... It looks bad in the way that April is 3 levels higher than literally anyone else in the game.
Your left tower is under attack.
I want to rotate and help my team so badly. They're being so aggressive.
Your middle tower is under attack.
See if I can just do it now. Not sure if Klino is DCing or something, but... none of my business now.
An enemy has left the game.
Yeah, he did.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has returned.
I believe in you.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack left lane.
Stable's that strong that you build it on solos? Pretty much, yeah. It's infinitely stacking. Once you have full stacks, it is lowered a bit, but it's infinitely stacking. It's very powerful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Gotta be
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Okay, I'm just dead then.
Enemy ultimate down.
I guess I gotta stop dashing. I should just backed. I could buy full amp. Fuck. Looks like ADC is winning pretty hard though. 2 level difference is pretty big. How is she still damaging me this much, man? Fucking hell.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's actually a pretty good, interesting item on Mulan. I think this is a render angle. I don't think we're winning against Clino and April when they're duo queuing. I'm just at a massive disadvantage in solo because they can just so easily go on me and I can't stop it from happening.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right
I think anything that can generate build devos will be able to, like, it's just better than anything else you can buy, right? It's kind of like the sense with, like, it just replaced Serrated from last patch. Like, if I went Achilles or Thor or whatever, something like along those lines, I would always build Serrated. Now you just do devos instead. That's about it. Now I really have to stay back.
destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
I would like to fight, but I know that April's just gonna show up. They're probably communicating as well. You can just tell him, let him know. So yeah.
The rain shall wash them away.
Mulan did rotate actually.
I'll attack left lane. Be careful.
Your team destroyed the right Vista, amigo.
Defend the gold fury.
Yeah, I suppose I got TP out of the way actually.
On my way. Enemies behind us.
Yeah, he's just too fat.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's literally level 17. Damn, that's just unlucky. That is just unlucky. This is where I get confused on what to build, because normally I would build this, but they don't have any, like, they only have strength characters, man. I'm not gonna build it just for Athena, right? Then I would just rather go Mr. Carmel.
Your middle tower.
I just realized, isn't Nuwa just AFK?
Your right tower is under
Otherwise, how the fuck is he level 12?
Gotta be sneaky.
They're definitely on fire, aren't they?
The pyromancer has arrived.
No? Okay. Damn, I thought they were 100%.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso.
Behind us.
Yep, I mean, that's... what I would expect at this point, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies to the fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack.
We got it! Let's go! I baited long enough. This could be really good for her, but I don't think she has any abilities. That sucks, man. That's so unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Go, Bacchus. Okay. I don't really think this is gonna make a difference, though, but I suppose we'll see. We did get April somewhere. I don't know how. Someone got a huge kill for that. Yeah, try brawlers first. You're right. On Amma though, it's kind of weird to me, isn't it? I would do it on anything that isn't Amma and Bellona. Actually, I guess you do it on Bellona even. I can't help but feel like it's kind of bad to do that on Amma though. But yeah, the ad does seem pretty broken. Yeah, you're actually right. If I had that against Mulan, maybe it wouldn't be as terrible in the early stages.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
I should just fucking auto-attack him, man. It's the best way I can heal myself. Fuck. We got it. At least we got him again. Nice. I mean, she backflipped as well, I believe. Damn. That was kind of huge. And he's dead. Okay. What do I build? Do they have crit? He is building crit. But it's just him building crit. I probably should go Sanguine either way, dude. This item is too OP. Fine, I'm building it. Despite them not having anything but Athena. And then maybe I still go Brawlers last. Because that still gives me physical protection. You guys are completely right. Why the fuck haven't I built Brawlers this game? My bad, I suppose. Actually, can I solo this? No. Don't think I can.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way. What, ball? Take my blade.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Take what we can. The winter is long. On my way.
Okay, dude.
Okay.
Literally as fire fucking comes up, we decide to do this shit. Could bait a little bit of time at least. I'm definitely struggling, and I can't really tell it's because armor just doesn't feel that good, or it's just because I'm against like Clino and April, which is it's probably the latter in this case. Because Mulan to me still doesn't look that good. Just comparatively speaking as to like other warriors. I think Clino would be absolutely destroying the shit out of us if he was playing on a different warrior. Granted, he still is doing very well.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Dude, there's no way! Okay, at least we got the Athena. Thank God. I'm dying for an Athena though.
Right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Oh, my horrific! To the last drop, I dare say.
Let's not call attention to it.
Titan's under attack. Your left tower. Your Titan's under attack.
Yeah, I don't really think there's much to do this game.
Jungle completed.
was pretty shit damage on my part as well. Tactical. Who was that from? It's from Bologna, I believe, actually. Rank 7 Bologna. Amma is tough. I have a hard time actually enjoying playing Amma in this patch so far. I don't like it very much. I don't think it's because I'm getting shit on. I do think it's just because I don't like how she feels to play. I've tried 2 Amma games now. I haven't really enjoyed any of them. I suppose it's also because Amma's level 2 is a little bit awkward compared to the ones I've met so far. And if you lose the level 2, you will lose the gold camp. Not to mention the XP that the gold camp now gives you. And then the snowballing begins. Who is really powerful at level 2? I guess it's very matchup based. Because Mordred is really good at level 3, but he could lose to a lot of shit at level 2. I think it's hard to sell this game because April is just running people down. It is, yeah. I just hope I'm not against them again, because it's getting boring being against the same people. And even with the same people in a lot of these games. I didn't even know what to ban. I was looking somewhere else.
Select your god.
I am tempted to try Pele though. But I wouldn't want to do that into people like April and Klino, because I don't know how to play Pele. I kind of rely on being against someone who might not be that good. I'll do a Wukong game. Play something that I know. They have a annoying as comp to deal with, man. They have a lot of healing on that team. It is the same people as well. That really sucks. At least that's something I would hope that the soft queues resetting at least would do, is that you're not dealing with the same fucking people every game. But that's not the case so far. Might have to skip a queue after this one. I actually want some variety in these games. Like, playing against the same people creates habits. And that's not good. Is there any one of the new items in Wukong I would use? Your next basic attack. Definitely not this one then. I guess not. Eh. That's tragic. Wait, what is this one? Each unique god healed by healing ability. No, I don't have any healing abilities. So that's also irrelevant. Damn, they're all just healing based, so I guess Wukong is not really changing this patch. They do seem quite stacked compared to us.
Minions have spawned.
I kind of know everyone on their team. I know one on mine. Maybe two?
No. Retreat. Okay. What a toxic game that was.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing. Attack! Enemy missing.
I also decided to finally remove my restricted camera pitch that I somehow got used to during Smite 2, so I'm trying to play without it. We'll see how it goes now that I'm playing Wukong, where it's very much important.
What are we doing here?
Where I aim.
Enemy missing.
So your block can interrupt this belch, by the way.
Echo can play. Am I getting left blue? No.
Thank God I hit level
Rain shall wash them away.
5.
Enemy missing.
Like, why are we picking Sobek when we're too afraid to fight? I don't get it.
Your left tower is under attack. Be right back. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing.
No.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing.
Ultimate is down.
He dashed.
Enemy ultimate's down.
It burns.
Very good. Ally has been slain.
I'm still doing it just out of habit that I use the bird, but like, it's the only thing I can use. The bird is the only thing that will proc when I use my 3. Because of the aspect. And then I've chosen it.
Oh, easy wrong team. I am
Okay.
enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
Beats.
Ally has been slain. Curse it.
It's definitely different, yeah. I mean, you have to play it essentially like how you would play Kali, right? It just changes the character completely, basically, because you're turning into a mage. You have to be very careful on when you go in, and for the most part you don't. You just sit back until you know you can... You only ult when you know you can finish someone off with it. And even then it feels risky, because the ult doesn't scale with int at all, so it does no damage. In a way, you're kind of just ulting to get the decoy out, so you can do a bit more damage with that.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's like it still does feel pretty OP.
We can dash.
Retreat left lane.
Be careful left. Retreat left lane. Missing middle.
Really, I know what's coming far left.
Let's pluck them out of my ult. Great idea, buddy.
Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack.
I just wanted to dash in, just to Shibuya.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If you don't like the way he plays, then yeah, I mean that's completely fair. It is different.
Enraged to wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has left the game.
Unfortunate DZ.
Enemy has returned.
It is looking pretty rough so far. Like my lane is the only one winning. I'm the most fed in the entire game, but I don't really think that's gonna matter a whole lot if my whole team is losing. While Wukong is really good, I don't think he solo carries. Like, he's not the one that goes in and kills everyone. He just pokes to an annoying extent. But that poke can be healed up because they have Guan, so I can't just be completely negated.
Destroy your right enemy tower. Be careful left. Enemy has been slain.
Man, well, yeah, I got him, I guess. I'll take it. That's a huge shutdown for him, though. I might have to go Shade Scepter just to have some kind of self peel. Because if my ult is down like it was there... Get him. You can do it, Uwu Senpai.
Your right tower is under attack.
No! Battle Pace abilities! Aww. Oh no. Oh. Oh no.
What a toxic
The chokes.
So the queue 24 hours in the left. Please let's just leave the queue a bit.
Oh no, Uwu Senpai. That wasn't great.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
No beat stick. I mean, I'm gonna full int, so I don't really think I want to. Actually, wait. Doesn't that also do int? Am I just stupid and I keep forgetting about that? Because yeah, if that's int as well, then I should. It is. I'm stupid.
Your middle
Yeah, whichever's higher. You're right. I'm stupid. I was thinking about it early. I was like, no, I'm not gonna split my damage. That would be stupid here. Well, it turns out I'm stupid. Regardless.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
want to chase. I'm running too low on mana for this shit. I would have if I had mana.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's about time that I rotate though. I'll finish Rod and I will go Beat Stick. It's on my mind now. I'm getting it.
The enemy
Oh, he's
team has
missing.
destroyed the gold fury. Wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
No, he stood ult up? Fuck. Well, it's a shutdown, I guess, but...
Your right tower is under attack.
Well... You're already beating them with your stick, you're right. I need more sticks to beat them with. I never really thought about it, but Brawler Speed Stick is a funny ass name. Does it have to be near me though? Yeah, if enemy within, I mean, it's probably gonna happen either way when they go on me, but if all is going according to the plan, I'm not gonna be near them. Hopefully.
Meet again.
Beats. I was kind of hoping Sobek was gonna go in with me, but whatever. That's maybe my bad. I'm not really sure at this point, to be honest. It's just going so bad in duo and mid. They're so far behind, both of them. Still, the fact that it was 1 HP is so annoying. I need this item to be
He's on the red
nerfed
buff.
already. Like, right away. I'm tired of seeing this on every god.
Ultimate is down.
I mean, he knows. He knows.
Enemy missing right. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. The rain shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the sleeves.
Your left tower. Completed.
He has no ult.
Enemy has been slain.
Aw, man. I don't want to chase because if Pele is there and my bird is down, I'm cooked. Oh my fucking god. Why am I just this helper syndrome? Just fall back, guys. When Pele shows up, we all die. We shouldn't chase that. This is so winnable. It's kind of my fault for chasing too, but I was trying to protect my teammates in case they needed it. I just shouldn't. I need to play way more selfish. I was out.
Embrace the corrosion. Thrill of the chase.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Lash already got nerfed, but it's not enough. Lash is still broken as hell. They made a mystical mail that has power on it, as well as an active ability you can use up to 3 times. Like, what the fuck were they thinking when they made this item? Why did we need this?
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Granted, I don't think the item is the reason why we're losing this. I'm just tired of seeing it in everyone.
Is under attack.
Like, this is just a gigantic duo diff, unfortunately.
Your left tower has been The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso. Enough of that. Your middle tower is under attack.
Just get some pen or something. I don't fucking know.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Enemy spotted.
Oh my. What is that Kraken, man?
Thrill of the chase.
Mr. Kraken on a target right in front of him.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the fire jet. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I don't want to be mean.
Justice cycle.
It's time to skip a queue. I don't want to be against April and Clino every game, because right now there's no chance that my allies are gonna have a single chance. And I'm losing too much SR for this shit. I guess I go take a piss while I'm waiting. And hopefully they'll be in queue at some point. Just back to the start, man. I'm just back to the start. With a Mage Summon Kong build, do you basically just stay in bird form with aspect? Yes, because it lowers your non-ultimate ability cooldowns. So you just spam the 1 and the 2. And hello, Mountain Goat. It's been a while. I'm gonna wait queuing just a little bit and hope that I get some different people. I'm tired of being in the same lobby with the same people 3 games in a row. Overall, it hasn't been that bad. I think I'm just 3-3 now. Which is why I'm just back to 0, basically. Actually, is there another queue that maybe I can snipe? Someone else playing? Nikai is playing. Let me see if he's soon to be done. Yeah, he might be done soon. Let me see if I can snipe a queue. Probably won't work anyway, to be honest. Considering I'm just back to 4K. Yeah, fuck it. I can't be asked to wait. From what I can see as well, though, in Nika's queue, he just got the queue that I had before. So it's split a bit. So I'm guessing that we won't get into the queue anyway. Into the same one. He's also duo queuing, so maybe that also has an effect on it. I don't know who I'm against. Wait, if April and Klino is duo queuing, who the fuck is the duo queue on my team then? I haven't felt the duo queue on my team. Wait, let me check. Who's the duo queue in my... There isn't one. Dude, that's so stupid, Hi-Rez. Why can't duo queues meet no duo queues? That doesn't make any sense. That's just bad matchmaking. Either way, if I lose more anyway, maybe I'll get eventually into some better queues. I don't know, actually. It's just pure random. You know what? Sure, I'll do mid. Let's get a change of pace. I have Okami, though. I know one person at least. No, I have the MPK too. Never mind. It's actually a good team. Damn, who did I play mid then? I mean, my top elo is just fucking AFK. Great. You got them, by the way? Yeah, I'm not surprised. For some reason, the matchmaking is a huge fan of putting us in the same fucking lobby. I mean, I have my top elo might dodge anyway, so. Like, surely we can't keep getting the same games. Like, I'm still losing permanently. At some point, I'm not gonna be high enough elo. I do hope he just dodges at this point. And he didn't. Fuck. Well, I mean, everything is on the table. I don't really think it matters a whole lot.
Select your god.
What does one pick in mid in this meta that isn't dog shit? Ra's fun. I'll play some Ram. It's gonna be horrible into their team comp though. I'm just gonna get run down even more than if I was solo by a Mordred Nemesis. I should have stopped, man. I should have not queued. Why did I listen to myself? At the same time, though, the more I'm looking at Nika's stream right now, the more I also don't want to meet like that duo queue, just because they're running some cheesy, nasty shit as well in that Ares. But I suppose that's gonna happen for a while. People are gonna be playing some OP stuff while they can. And so far, my teams are not really taking advantage of the OP stuff as much either. Also, my bad for complaining so much, guys. It's just how I am sometimes. Once the losing streak begins, I start complaining about shit. I'm coping. I mean, isn't this just Vives as well? Brother. Brother. How? What even is their team? Who's mid? It's gonna be Pele mid? Yeah, I guess so. How unfun? The fuck?
Charms, hexes, I shall take them all.
Probably should have gone Sands, to be fair. But once again, I'm honestly doubt it matters. The fuck? Rude.
On my way. Thanks.
I wasn't gonna hit him. That being said, I was trusting him. I wasn't trusting him to not hit me though. Hence me standing in tower. Is Smite 2 really so dead you keep getting the same players in every game?
Minions have spawned.
On a soft reset? That can't be right. But that's so boring.
Come closer, if you dare. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Come closer, if you dare. Be careful. Enemies in the left jungle. Come closer. If you dare. Enemy missing left. A beat of power. Enemies in the right jungle. Come closer, if you dare. A beat of power. Gaze upon your doom.
It's definitely just the game that I have to farm the most. I cannot fall behind no matter what in this matchup. If Pele is allowed to get to the point where she can just jump me without any repercussion, I'm absolutely fucked. She'll be able to do that either way regardless, just like that.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
I do have to be careful.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Good thing I warded.
Come closer, if you dare. Your death draws me. A beacon of power.
missing middle. Come closer if you dare. Gaze upon your doom.
Jade Scepter next.
Curses upon you. Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming right. Enemies incoming right.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
That is a little deep.
Come closer if you dare.
Fuck me, dude. I don't know why I went in. I knew he wasn't gonna win that. I'm so bad at playing selfish! Ugh. Go Apollo. We need the wins. Nice.
Rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Tragic.
Nice.
I can't listen to my own advice. I lost a full wave in mid too by rotating.
Retreat, middle lane.
I need the solo farm so badly now.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll take that kill though. That helps me. Ever so slightly.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing left.
He does have 2 kills too. Wait, when the fuck? Oh, he got both kills in the lamp. Okay, never mind. I don't know why I'm behind then. I thought it was just because I lost farm, but that definitely adds to the scenario.
Missing left.
Enemy ultimate down. Your right tower is under attack.
Middle lane.
Tragic. Didn't know Nimbus was nearby.
Your middle tower is under attack, and the rain shall wash them away. Be right back.
Fuck. I have to just listen to myself and just stay under my tower. Because now I am actually falling behind. One thing I told myself not to do.
Tower is under attack. Bad play.
Come closer if you dare.
Yeah, shit. So much stuff is taken too.
Enemy missing. Retreat right lane.
Fuck, man. I'm so mad. This fucking Pele is on my ass the whole time. I don't know why I'm tilting, man. But I am tilting a little bit. Right. It will be easier when I have Jade Scepter. I just don't have any self-peeling as well. I'll get my revenge.
On my way. Enemy missing left.
Be right back. Behind us. Enemies have returned.
Come closer.
Okay.
If you dare.
Okay. Sure.
A beacon of power.
Enemy has been slain.
Gaze upon your doom. Enemy missing left. Come closer.
Oh, my horrific! Your middle tower is under attack.
Time to actually just sit in my lane. I'm really trying to help out my team, but it doesn't matter. I can't fight back yet. I don't do enough damage.
I am sorry.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, I didn't get my ult off in time.
Team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
A beacon of power. Curses upon you. Gaze upon your doom. Retreat.
Your right tower is under attack. I am sorry.
Like, you're a higher level than me, Okami. Just get away.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed enemy assets.
Come closer.
I tried to interrupt his dash before he even got it off. I'm just gonna stop going inside this fucking lamp, man. I'm so mad. What the fuck do I do next? Probably just nibble ring already.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's a lot of fucking healing from the motor ult.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your left tower.
I'm level fucking 12. Well, 13 now, but...
A beacon. Gaze upon your doom.
careful. Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing right. Enemy has been slain. Middle. Enemy opening down. I'll defend.
It doesn't even matter, dude. Hi-Riz, what the fuck? What's the point in playing the game like that? Ah, man. Pele can never be let through, man. What is that? Dude, look at this. Look at this. It didn't take long for Harris to destroy my passion. One patch. I enjoyed the game so much last patch. But this combination of items is so unfun. You just go for it on everyone. Doesn't matter what you pick in mid as long as you have healing. You build the same shit, then you're doing gonna just fine. Fucking hell.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
A beacon of power.
I'm also not really getting any solo farm in mid. There's always someone. Like solo should just go farm. He's level 13 as well, or 14.
Come closer if you dare.
Enemy has been slain. Thunderstruck.
A beacon.
That was huge, though. Like, I'm pretty confident we only won that fight because Pale really wanted to try and get to that lamp and died as just a result of trying to get into the lamp. So she didn't get anything off in time. But I'll take it, man. I needed a desperate win.
I know I will. Out of mana. Enemies incoming. Be careful.
Gaze upon your doom. Come closer if you dare.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Retreat! My energy is fading.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left
Now I don't know what to build. So for now, I'll just go for Rod, but I don't actually know what to build here.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm gonna need Pen probably this game. Maybe.
If you dare.
Maybe, possibly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
With a nice
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know who Paul is, but he's playing pretty well. Don't recognize the name. Huh? Where did he go? What the fuck? What the fuck did he go? Oh, he took the portal? Dude, that's actually kind of clutch. I get so confused, because there's no animation for it. I guess when you take the portal, you just fucking disappear. I'm not really sure he meant to do that. No. Trying to make sure that he doesn't walk into the tower there. Or I wanted to try.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Maybe World Stone? I want a World Stone. I want to snipe more often. He is mechanically gifted, but I have to give it to... I'm not sure I'm giving it to him this one. He's playing Mordred while you're constantly pressing the space button. And, I don't know. I could see him doing it on an accident this time. And I love Klino. I think he's incredibly good. But not this time. I don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt this time. How is that out of range? I thought that was great aimed. Fuck. I thought that was gonna be good. I'm just getting fucking yoinked on. Good dagger. Yeah, I mean, they just all went on me. I can't do anything about that. Normal cast Ralph might be the move. No. That one would have hit, to be fair. It just was out of range. That would have been good. Well, in that fight, I didn't really get my ult off in time, unfortunately.
the pyroman.
It's okay, I just have to stay further back. I didn't realize that we had Pele and Nemesis coming in from behind as well. I thought it was just Bologna, so I was a bit too far up. That was just a bad position moment. But I'm 20, so now I'm happy.
The team has destroyed the golden
On my way. Curses upon you. Come closer.
Especially because I also used my Jade Scepter to get Bologna away, so she couldn't steal it. Fire Giant let us.
Gaze upon
So I didn't have that peeling for me when I was actually in trouble.
enemy spotted.
But now that I have Willstone, I can be a bit more trigger happy with my ult. I just look for poke.
Be right back. Come closer.
has destroyed the pyramids.
Enemy spotted. Come closer if you dare.
Don't like not having any of the front lines with me. Oh, I was really hoping the nugget was gonna land for him. I was trying to follow up on that.
Come closer if you dare. A beacon of power.
Your middle tower. Your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Come closer.
Your middle tower has been
Yo, Aladdin, you gotta buy some pen. They all have defense.
Your death draws
We should win this if I get some peeling, because I just can't get Pele off me. But I can do enough damage to the others.
tower is under attack.
Like, I just fucking can't stop Pele from doing that. Like, one Cabrakan stun or something like that, and like we should just cook her instantly. But it's already too late by the time I get knocked up, and I even had to beats there, and it didn't matter anyway.
Your right
Well, so I have Pele, just not the others. Nice. What I do need as well, though, is... I should have just gone for Obsidian Shard here instead of Voidstone first. Because I knew I needed that fucking pen.
gaze upon your doom. Fire giant. I will ward. Come closer.
No, we were so close. Man. And we got double Bologna ulted. That's really bad. Uh-oh. That just sucks, man. I just felt like we just lost that one for no reason. Because we're just getting picked in mid. We got double Bologna ulted, man. You realize how close people have to be together to get double Bologna ulted? Ugh. That one just felt bad. I was finally online to actually do something.
Defeat.
Oh well. Keep them coming. That one just felt like shit, to be honest. Like, for both my own fault and my team's, in that my main issue is that I kept trying to help people out inside the lamps and shit. And I died for that every single time. My team's issue was me fucking up myself and being so far behind resulted in suddenly now my whole team is just in mid for some reason, leeching all my farm, and I just felt even further behind as a result of that. To the point where my fucking support is one level ahead of me. And we're still leeching in mid. I was so far behind for so long. Still, I mean, the comp that they had is so anti-mage that is actually wild. They didn't have a single mage themselves, they had a full-on dive comp. That's fine, Okami. Like, ultimately I fucked up myself because I kept trying to help people out that were already dead, and then I just died as a result as well. So while that obviously was a problem, like, I was behind ultimately because of my own decision-making. It was just a boring game, to be fair. Like, Pele being left open, and then I'm the one against it as a Raw is the worst case fucking scenario. Like, I could win trades into Pele, but guess what happens? She ults me, and she goes to fucking from 30% to fucking 80% in a single fucking auto. Which doesn't make any sense. I don't know how and where all that healing is coming from. Pele just doesn't make sense right now. Anywhere simulation, it happens. It's just, I felt it. We definitely had a chance. Like, we just threw it by being out of position, really. We did come back, I would say. We definitely had a fighting chance. I was just a little sad that finally I was online, and then we ended up just dying in mid, and they ended off of that. I was finally able to actually do some damage. After being behind the whole game. But yeah, as I said, that game just felt so anti-raw coded. There's not a single like squishy target that I feel like I can try and snipe outside of their ADC. While I'm getting doved by a Pele, a Nemesis, a Modred, and whoever the fuck the support is, I don't even know anymore. I just want to play raw, but I think that's going to be a mistake in this meta. I am mid again, which is fine. But we'll see. I'm also pretty surprised. I feel like we haven't seen enough. Like, I played it myself, but Nem with Aspect seems really good. In general. Last patch when I played it, it also felt like it always kind of performed. It will be a nightmare to try and climb back up. Though, it probably is going to be a little bit easier once all the duo queues, all the tryhard duo queues are gone. And they've gotten back up. But right now it's tough.
Yo, Gamehunter, aren't you playing solo right now?
I don't even think I can respond. My shit's glitched as hell.
Select your god.
I mean, this is going to be April again, isn't it? What do I pick into a bots? I want to play Raw again. Fuck it. I'm in Sab Niggas queue. Okay, maybe they're not in mine then. I mean, I fear they shouldn't be anymore either. Like, I'm way too low elo, and they've clearly just won like 4 games in a row or some shit against me. So I assume they should be much higher. And if not, the matchmaking is actually just broken and retarded. My bad for saying retarded, but also sorry, not sorry. I'm tilted enough to use words right now. You're not mine? Okay, I assume I'm just in a baby game then. That's good. I need it right now. Yeah, I lost like 5 or 4 games in a row now against April and Klino. It hasn't mattered. I'm just always against them, so... And eventually they will just kind of take over. I think I only won 1 game against them, and that was like the first game I met them, and I was playing broken as Bologna, so I mean that's a bit easier to play into. All the other ones I kind of was trying different things that haven't felt as good. Amma feels way worse than I expected her to. Partly because I'm bad at it, but also just because, I don't know, she just doesn't feel as good as I expected her to. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I mean it's not the April crew anymore at least. That's good. I need some variety. Finally. Let's do Sands this time.
Charms, hexes, I shall take them all.
Everyone clean almost unbeatable. I'm not sure I will go that far right now, but I do think you need at least one other person with a brain, you know, to have any sort of chance. And sometimes that wasn't the case. I think we had a chance last game for sure. We just threw that. But in some of the other games, I just had people that didn't really know how to fully play, I suppose, without trying to be mean. One game, I was very much trying to not be mean. In the Wukong game, I think. Something that happened in that game really hit the spot. Pushed the wrong button. I'll try and be a bit more calm. I don't want to get annoyed. I try to kind of focus my stream around positivity, despite my constant complaining. But I am having fun. The complaining is somewhat of an act, but also the truth. That's just me being a streamer, I guess. Trying to be funny by raging a little bit sometimes. Smart. Going to the birds. Well, hey, I mean, the Pale is on my team this time. That's good.
closer.
Retreat!
A beacon of power. Come closer if you dare.
Your left tower is under attack.
That sucks. If me and Pele fight that earlier, I think we just we win that trade. But I don't think he was willing to fight as much as I was at the time. That's a very good start for me, though. I even got one of the harpies, or the oracles.
Your right
And since Pele wasn't nearby, I just got solo farm for that. That was great. Easiest level 4 of my life.
Come closer if you dare. A beacon of power.
Got mages.
Your left tower is under attack.
Come closer if you dare. A beacon of power.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
A beacon of power. Come closer if you
Ow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't expect the bots from behind, man. I guess I should have, because she was playing weird. I was like, what is she doing? Now panic beats for no reason. Well.
Your right tower.
Alright then.
Ultimate is ready. Attack left lane.
Guess my instincts as a mid laner are dog shit.
come closer if you dare.
An enemy has been slain.
You are fabuloso.
Completed.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. A beacon of power.
Back off.
Your right tower is under attack.
An ally has been slain. Come closer.
Yeah.
The rain shall wash them away. Shut down, James. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Man, that really sucks. I rotated and didn't get anything out of that. I gotta try and practice this raw snipe Jade Scepter combo. I haven't done it much. Somehow I've done it more in Kukulkan.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Like a jackal. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Go away, you fucking Naga. Damn.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay.
Fucking Armor taking my waves, man.
A beacon of power.
Don't need that again. But that combo is actually terrible for me. Double bots gonna be really annoying.
Gaze upon
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Attack middle lane. I'm on it.
Okay.
Dude, stop doing the mid waves, man.
Come closer.
Wash them away. Like a jaguar. On my way. I'll attack the full fury.
Come closer.
Dude, Pele. I think at this point, if Pele is open, I'm just gonna pick it myself. Almost no matter where I go, because I actually just refuse to deal with this god. I might even lose on it, because I'm absolute dog shit at it. But I would rather do that than meet it again. With how she feels right now. She's somehow more broken than she was last patch.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, it's fucking blind as well. Alma does seem to play on a controller. It seems like she is turning very slow. Man. But yeah, that's what I expected. The double bots. Jade Scepter will help that a lot, though.
Come closer. If you dare.
I mean, what is that?
Come closer if you
Your middle tower is under attack.
I wish I was getting some kills for this. But no, I guess I'm just the snack. Let's keep feeding the Pele. Keep killing Ra.
Your right tower is under attack.
a beacon of power.
The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain.
Enemy missing. Come closer.
Tries to get it off. Get him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What to build now? I think I just go back to Nimble Ring.
They didn't hold anything back. Your middle tower is under attack. Please.
The moment of truth. What will happen? Dude, this is actually a comedic. From my Pele's perspective, it's literally just you're probably wondering how I got in this position. Type of fucking comedy beat. Oh shit! I have a water bottle in my hand. I finally got a kill though. That's great. I do enjoy those, especially when they give me XP as well.
Your right tower is under attack.
Your death draws near. Come closer if you dare. Curses upon you.
Sorry, we can't be friends.
Gaze upon your doom. Enemies incoming left. A beacon of
Okay. She just one-shots me now. Okay, that's fantastic.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
That one's on me for even trying to fight.
The rain shall wash them away.
I didn't think she was gonna one-shot. But 900 damage from her birds. She has Polly. That adds to the damage. I'm just playing like shit this game, to be honest.
Double kill.
curses.
Oh, easy run.
Come closer.
Gamehunter, hello bro. Don't mid-div please. It's fucking random. Wake up.
I was dead, man.
Wake up, wake up. It's bad.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Like, I'm dealing with 2 butzes here, man. I don't have that many beats. Point in case. Like, what is that? I can't do anything about that.
Oh, what the fuck?
Your left tower is under attack.
The fuck, man.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
It's a problem because I have no return damage. At least maybe in like an item or 2 I can actually fight back. But right now I use a beam, it does 300 damage and then I die. Can't even get my ult off in like a panic situation like that. But that is kind of just this meta in a fucking nutshell.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Guess I'm
tower.
doing this farm.
Gaze upon your doom. A beacon.
Enemy has been slain.
Like they're literally looking for me on cooldown. It's kind of disgusting.
Follow me.
A beacon.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
The cold fury. On my way.
Bot sages. This game is more fun when you're not being focused 24/7. Right now my life sucks.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Hello there. Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Excuse me, my mistake.
That's why I did call to ward it. We're so back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Come closer if you dare.
Damn, he just actually just jumped in like that.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm so sad that my snipe missed.
Your right tower is under attack.
I kind of but feel like I need cooldown, but I don't think that's the way to go. Am I missing an item, guys?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Well, look at up shard, right? No, that's a terrible idea. They don't have any protection. Fuck it. I mean, Worldstone again, I guess. Keep looking for snipes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing right. Be careful. Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Hello, Wanari. Good to see you.
Come closer if you dare. On my way.
On my way.
A beacon power. Gaze upon your Come closer.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain. On my way.
Come closer.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Go 5.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
God sages.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Oh man.
Come closer if you dare.
Group up. Attack fire giant.
What sort of concoction is this? Curses upon you.
How's stream been going? It's been rough at times, to say the least. It's definitely been rough at times. I went against like a really good duo queue for the longest time, for like 4 games in a row, and pretty much lost every single game.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Come closer. Gaze upon your doom. A beacon of power.
Can I finish it? No, I need 1400.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Come closer.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
A big gaze upon your doom.
Fuck.
Be careful. Attack middle lane.
Amaterasu, shut the fuck up. Can you tank it? And Achille, you're not Apollon. You are fucking Achille. Come in the fucking fight. Bot player.
Titan, right?
Destroyed a middle lane.
Yeah.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
It was definitely more fun once I just had more items, but early on when there's like 2 bots on you and an Afro, like how are you supposed to fight back at all? I think I overstayed maybe once or twice, but yeah, GG's Iker. Or Iker. At least I got a win, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't feel like I won that game. Based on my mental space right now. Early game was shit, yeah. Like, I felt like I was playing either 1v2 or 1v3 in a lot of the engagements in mid. I did fuck up once. I did get soloed. That shouldn't happen. I completely underestimated the damage of Afro during the mid game. But like once I had Nibble Ring online, it felt a lot better to play. And I mean, honestly, it's probably just the fact that I wasn't being focused that fight. When I got a triple kill, I just wasn't being focused. They were chasing Pele for once. Then I was able to do some good damage. Pele is definitely broken. She heals way too much. I agree with that. Like last game when I was against Pele in mid playing raw, like I would get her to 30 or 40%, and she just fucking almost full heals when she ults. It's crazy. Her damage is very high. Don't get me wrong. It's just both, right? It's the fact that her damage is really high too. Maybe you could fix the healing by lowering her damage, but I suppose we'll see. I will keep her banned if I can. She's so broken. Let me swap screens so you guys can see the queue as well. In case people are wondering how long. Dude, I didn't even look at the clock. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 4 hours already. At least that tells me I have had fun. Just experimenting with things. Except for the last 2 mid games, I didn't exactly experiment with anything playing raw. I'll see if I can get a Pele game in, but if I play Pele, it's going to be with the Aspect, and I don't know if that's as broken, but I will try Pele Aspect if I can get it. Otherwise, I think I'll try play more Frontlines. I still want to try and use Sanguine more. I haven't really done any of that today, except for maybe one or 2 games. But not really on gods that could use it very well. So I want to try and do that. Yeah, any god that can use Sanguine and Devos. Yeah, you're right. I agree. You would think so, at least. Like, Mordred can probably run both of those items, but I still think he's gonna be bad. In some games, she'll do alright, probably, but I think Mordred could maybe be pretty good if you run Mystical Sanguine. But I think if you're Devils, you end up shooting yourself in the foot later on. I just wish Mordred was better, man. I really do. Because I do really like playing him. Oh, I'm starting Nutsu, I guess. I think Chuck is really OP with it, with these items. I actually might have to play some Chuck. Chuck was already nerfed too. Like, alongside Sanguine and all, like, some of the other oppressive items, Chuck was nerfed. So that is really interesting. I didn't think he was that big of a problem that he was instant-nerfed a single day after the patch. Apparently he was getting a lot of protection from his too. They didn't like that. Pretty sure Motor all gets stronger the more anime you watch. You could be right, but honestly, I'm not so sure anymore. I used to watch a lot of anime, but I don't really watch that much anime anymore. Maybe that's why I'm bad at him now. Or he's just weak when I play him. I don't have the big anime buff. But it's just a problem with movies and series for me in general. It's not even just anime. I just don't really watch much stuff anymore. I just play games. I play games and I watch YouTube videos or some shit. That's about it. Or streams, I guess. But not Smite streams. Also, why the fuck am I in queue for 7 minutes? What happened? We got so baby that there's no more players to play the game. The good part is about losing... Oh shit, I got tapped out again. The good thing about losing is that I won't have to be banning. I don't mind that. Banning is just so annoying sometimes. Sure. I'll take solo over mid this one time. Playing solo after all. Thank God Pele is banned. I only watch with people. Yeah, me too. I watch series with a friend as well, usually. That is also where I'm at. I don't know, I'm looking at picks. I'm last pick. What is this insanity that I'm actually last pick for once? I don't mind doing that more often, to be honest. It makes it kind of cool that I can see what I'm against for once, instead of having to first pick every single time. I actually don't mind it anymore, to be honest. I used to hate first picking my pick. Now I don't really care all that much. It's nice having the advantage of a counter pick, but... guess I've just gotten used to not needing it. Though I do think it was much worse in Smite 1. Counter picking in Smite 1 was just way more valuable. I'll do Bologna instead. Looking at their comp, I actually prefer going Bologna.
Bologna.
And I'm gonna have to play it whether I want to or not. It's too powerful. I'll do another Bologna game before I head into the gods that I actually like playing, like Chuck. Why am I so fast right now in this fucking game? What did I do? Oh yeah, my speed is based on how many sparks I had, I think I picked up. I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of fucking sparks. It's endless mode. Which is the currency. I'm going beats. Let me go brawlers first this time. Well, maybe not first. Shit. Yeah, that's actually a bit awkward. I don't think I should do it into a Cerberus. Fuck. There goes it is.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I like first pick as well. It's just, it's more like if I have my own role and I'm last pick, I think that's the best case scenario. But obviously, if it means losing my role, then yeah, I mean, it does suck. But having my main role while being last pick is the best. I assume I'm against Cerberus. This is actually a pretty big lobby now that I'm looking at it. This is not a bad lobby at all. This is a lobby that I would have last in the like in the last patch before the reset.
Minions have spawned.
I know every player in this lobby.
Face me, coward! Enough talk. Let's fight. We didn't start this war, but I wish we had.
Enemy missing. They just rained on your parade.
Hit me!
Be right back. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
That's enough!
Vista, amigo.
That sucks. Yes.
That's enough!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come on and hit me!
Ally has been slain.
Be careful, right?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't actually expect the full dive. I hesitated.
No more mistakes.
Be careful, middle. On my way.
Completed.
No worries.
Next up, I'll probably just go straight into Sanguine. Get that early magic protection online.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
want to stick around, but I mean, I don't think I can. If I stick around for too long, I just kind of risk losing on something else. Don't want to give too many camps away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Wait,
Your left tower is under attack.
I didn't realize we were losing this hard already in duo.
Your left tower is under attack.
What happened in duo?
The rain shall wash them away.
Come on and hit me!
Enemy has been slain. Be careful. Enemies have returned to base.
Gank middle lane. Take this jungle buff.
Enemy missing left. The rain shall wash them away.
Complete.
Your middle tower is
Come
under
on
attack.
and hit me!
Be careful, left.
Enemy spotted.
That's enough.
Not these up? Yeah.
Help! Gank!
Fabuloso! Complete. You rock. Attack
pretty
the gold
cool.
fury. On my way. Attack the gold. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Heck yeah!
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Ultimate is down.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted.
That's enough.
I'll be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
I see. He's going for the big health item. That's actually something I need to try as well.
Completed.
That could be really fun. Regrowth, I guess. I gotta get regrowth. I have to get berserkers.
No worries.
Actually, do they even go regrowth? Is that kind of... I don't even know. Maybe that's not even worth it on Bologna.
Has arrived. Hasta la vista, amigo.
does have his blue this time. This item is just so stupid. You just feel the clear difference when you have it and when you don't have it. It's like serrated, but somehow worse.
On my way.
Retreat! Come to retreat! Cancel that.
On my way. Gank!
Gank! Ally has been slain.
Kind of forgot to press my item.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's not it. Surely this is good, because it helps me stick to the target by healing with a 3, right?
Your right tower.
It does have a 10-second cooldown though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. You're too cool.
Hit me!
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. My soldier. Follow me.
Okay.
Meet my flame.
On my way.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Okay. Ultimate is down.
The rain shall wash them away.
I have no idea where Merlin went, but... Then both ADCs are kind of behind here. It's not really just Uller. Probably being 12 as well is also pretty low. Hello, Bingus. Good to see you. Sure what the rest of my team was. I guess they were just all ganking. At least this should be a kill. Surely.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Give me this attack speed, so I can actually be a lot better in this game. I think I should have had Berserker's third in this game. I'm still debating on whether Brawlers is even worth it. I don't know if Fenris 2 counts as a heal with the lifesteal. I'm not really too sure if Cerberus anti-healing passive counts as a heal for himself. So I don't even know if it's proccable.
Be careful left. I'll attack.
Okay.
Your team has destroyed
Actually, huge that Uller ended up getting him, or getting gold.
under attack. Destroyed a right in your left tower is under attack. Double kill. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your
Enemy
left
middle.
tower has been
Get
destroyed.
middle lane.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Chase the enemy.
Out of mana. Set up an ambush here.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Be right back. No reason to hold back.
Now this is where it becomes weird, because I do not know what to build now. We're building crit, not so far. Probably just get a spirit rope for tankiness. There's still something I'm forgetting, is there? I feel like there is. No, the only thing that on my mind is Brawlers, but I really don't think it's gonna do much for me here. Vital? Oh yeah! There it is! The one I forgot! Dude, there's so many items, I just cannot think of all of them. I gotta write this shit down. Vital is the shit I've been thinking of. Fuck. Can I buy it off of anything I have now? No. Fuck. Well, guess I'm going for a vital last item. That would fix my attack speed problem too.
Enemy ultimate down. Retreat.
On my way.
On my way.
This should be a good fight.
That's enough. Hit me.
Okay.
I'm so mad. So fucking mad. Boys, go in!
Yeah, they all jumped out. I'm not jumping in alone. Guan backed and then the rest of them just fucking got out.
I mean, what? What?
Yeah,
They're all like 30%?
Bulk.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know,
you-
but it was
Vulcan
really
missed
hard.
his ult as well. Yeah, no, nothing to follow up on.
Someone was still poked. We can't let them get 5 for free. Guan, can you block some autos from Paul? And they got fire as well. Really early Vulcan ult, I'm not sure why that happened. Oh, and Ullr's level 15. Yeah, I mean, this is looking really, really bad.
Yeah, guess Melon. Vulcan, I'm not gonna lie, that was one of the worst timed fucking ults.
Yeah, I know, but they dropped it. I mean, the timing was decent, but they stopped hitting them, the fire, you know?
It's alright, boys. We still have a chance. We have to play around me on the like the blocking though, because it's gonna take them a while to kill me.
The enemy team
That's our
has
chance.
destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
The thing is that we need to get to late game, you know?
Yeah, we need you and Ullr to farm.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Fuck, I really want 20. These don't give us much XP as they did before, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Really gotta see if I can get 20.
Retreat left lane.
Enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
Retreat left. Thanks.
I hope Apollo pushes. This could be kind of huge.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
Why are we dead and left? Like, how? You just sit under the fucking Phoenix, man.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Like, Ulla, my god.
On my way.
Both shells. Ow, having a
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
why you stepped up like that?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. The pyromancer has arrived. Enemy has been slain.
Rough watch. We got there in the end.
Yeah, that's good. Just keep farming. They're gonna have issues killing me at least. I think it's the best we can hope for is that they actually attack me. Guys, I have an idea. That is pretty funny, yeah. The thing is, though, like it's funny, but
As you can clearly see, I haven't a fucking clue what I build on this game, in this
the
patch.
Biomancer. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
yeah, just go mystical mail if you can. Probably the best thing we can go for at this point. Yeah, I mean that is not a great build. And Odin with no cooldown.
Ward the fire giant.
Thanks.
Guess I'll keep staying on the ward. Let them know I'm here.
We kill him. Why are you running away?
Oh my god, I missed everything.
I can bait. I've got my shield, obviously.
I don't think we can kill. You guys don't have pen, so.
Apollo's got ult.
Yeah, you gotta get a up shard, otherwise we ain't killing any of these tanks. Shit. Where are you? There you are.
A soldier should be prepared.
Alright, full build. First time I've had that chance as a frontline this this patch. Let's see how this goes now. They're on fire.
Okay.
Nice job, guys.
If you can't just get out, if you can't just get out, if this looks bad.
Nice.
Just leave Uller, he's probably gonna die to Finra. If you can. Alright, good. Get out.
Oh, you dropped dagger as well. Shit.
Yeah, it is what it is. Still worth it. Now we just need to group and defend, because they will push while we're dead.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Don't die for a Phoenix though.
Hit a defender left. No.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. The rain shall wash
Yo,
it
Ola.
away.
Nice. Okay.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I did no damage. It's just because it's behind, I guess. On Apollo, 866 is pretty bad for a Vulcan ult.
Chase, I know.
I'm not sure.
It's too late now.
But I don't know who's better with Jade's on. That was tough, man. They have so much to see when they just go on me like that. I think I forgot to press Sanguine as well. I probably had 3 stacks going into it. I just fucking forgot to press.
Yeah, I guess. Melon's there, so. What's that shell? Oh, play to that. Nice. Oh, that's his ult down. Yeah, he's dead as well.
Huge. Fenrir respawned, by the way, but I think you can kill him easy.
Lol. Holy fucking shit. Guan.
Bad job, guys.
We gotta get some towers here.
Agreed. Both can push mid. Go jungle.
Gold maybe?
Go push mid. Go push mid, please. Defend the mid. There's a full wave, bro.
Nah, the wave is very low, don't worry.
We have to defend gold.
We could just do it now.
I think so.
Someone else needs to tank though. They use speed, the speed thing.
Yeah, it was. Don't worry, I have low cooldown.
I'm very weak. Yeah, I'm got now. Too weak, bro.
Oh, the dagger didn't go off, man. Fuck,
Yeah.
that sucks.
We lose for that as well.
Ugh, dude, my fucking mouse fucks me up sometimes as well. It fucking... Damn it! I'm so salty about that. My mouse sensitivity, I pressed the wrong button on my mouse, which fucks my mouse sensitivity.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even gonna fucking comment on it. It is what it is.
It was my bad, sorry guys. GG.
It wasn't even your bad.
Yeah, the balloon is definitely broken. Like, there's not really much there. We kind of just got fucked because we had a backline not doing as much damage as we really needed them to. But I fucked that one up. If I actually get that dagger there, we don't lose. And Caps, classic with all the complaining. He's like a professional complainer. He always has something up his sleeve. Yeah, that just sucks. I fucked up that last team fight. I really did. I shouldn't have fucked my dagger. This meta might be the end for me. Yeah, understandable. I think this meta is actually kind of shit. It's absolute dog shit. It's also just boring. I think that's the worst part about it. If it was fun, sure, but I don't actually think it is. I feel like we're just back to the frontline meta where everyone was running the... What was it? The shield? Fuck, what is it called again? Like, it was just the yellow number build. Again, like all the items just doing damage. Like, people are running the... Fuck, why am I blanking on both items? The axe that you could throw and the shield that would explode. Like, those two items combined on every tank and every frontline, even every jungler, was so fucking boring. And that feels the same thing now. Now you're just going for the yellow numbers because the items are so broken they can just carry you by themselves. It is really, really boring. Fucking hell, tapping out bullshit. What's the meta? It's just yellow items again. It's just items that are very powerful, dealing damage by themselves. And that's enough. Like, to... I don't know. Just enough damage by itself to just do way too much. Like, Bellona has always been pretty good in terms of, you know, just standing there and taking damage while blocking stuff back. But now you're giving her tools where she doesn't even have to do anything to do more damage. That's why she's so powerful with this. Not to mention Berserkers is good again. You can build some attack speed on her. Vital Amp also, you know, a part of why she feels better. Like, Bellona is pretty much just broken now. Bellona is broken, Pele is broken. I'm not sure who else is necessarily more broken than those. But those are definitely up there as things that should probably be banned at all times. I don't think Bellona has really been figured out super much yet. Maybe in higher elo games, but in games like that, she wasn't banned, obviously, and she was barely even picked. But eventually, that's probably going to be the case if things stay this way. Or maybe not. Maybe people just don't really care about her, but she's definitely broken. And now I'm playing ADC. Do I just play Uller? Yeah, I'll do an Uller game. Oh shit, we have an... Fuck, I should have picked something else, I just realized. Should have picked some magic. I could have had some fun here. I didn't see we had who you met. Fuck. Like, is it fun when you're the one running around doing all the yellow numbers? Yes. But is it fun for anyone else, and is it healthy for the game? No. That's kind of how I see it. And it doesn't help new players either, by the way. It doesn't. They don't know what they're doing anyway. The thing is, new players generally, if they're passionate about a game, they will just Google the build. You know? I don't really think having Divine Ruin in your build would change the way they really thought about it, or not having to buy Divine Ruin, you know? I just don't understand the logic behind it, to be honest. Like, the more I think about it, the less sense it kind of makes to me. I think it's even more confusing for them now, because now there's no counterplay to them healing a lot. Then they're just like, then what the fuck do I do then? I don't really think that's good. At least before there was a chance, because you knew there was some kind of counter out there. I mean, you probably go Devos on even on Uller, don't you? Just because of how much power you get out of it? I guess it's the same as, like, Serrated, because I would still go Serrated on Uller as well. Guess I'll try it. I've been getting other roles too much today. I haven't gotten to try all the things I wanted to try, but I suppose that's a good thing as well, because then I have something to do next time I stream. I still really want to do Thana. Like a Thana health build with the aspect. I really want to do some Apollo builds as well. I tried one Apollo game earlier, but I kind of forgot in the moment what I wanted to build. I kind of fucked it up. Oh, Albie's my support. Nice. How long have you been streaming for today? I believe you can see it below the stream, but I have been streaming for 5 hours and 5 minutes so far.
Thana finished the buff. I want fast too.
Honestly, I'm lucky he ran outside of his minion wave. So I'm also happy I hit my auto. But I think I'm more lucky that he even left his... Fuck.
Enemy has been slain.
Damn it. Holy fuck. I heavily just suffered from decision making. Oh my god. I could not choose a target. You guys saw that visually, right? My brain just said do all of them, and I could not choose a single one of them. Though I think that happened because Colonelus didn't die on the auto where he was supposed to have died because of this fucking item, selflessness. The taunt unironically healed him. And my brain just said, go for all of them at once. You can do it. But in reality, I couldn't do it. Pretty much, Bengus. You nailed it. Next one is a blue buff. Okay, I like that.
The rain shall wash them away. Nice job. All right. Thanks. Enemy spotted. No problem.
Prepare to attack.
I'll attack.
He's walking up. Someone is here.
Walk away, bro. Walk away. You missed everything. It happens.
Enemy has been slain. For honor. Cannot escape.
The reset is so fun.
And the rain shall wash.
I'm not sure I agree with the sentiment, but I'm glad you're having fun.
Enemies have returned to base.
For me, it has been the usual case of other high-level players duo queuing, me solo queuing, meeting them, and having very little chance of winning, especially because it's a solo and a jungle duo queue. And then I'm just getting kind of destroyed as a result of that. I'm kidding, it sucks. Okay. Fair enough.
Sunner's in right.
these damn traps. Dude, everywhere, man. How many traps can she have now? 4? Feels like 15.
Attack the gold fury.
Need healing.
Attack. You can't.
Yeah, gold early actually isn't the problem anymore. I just realized how little more. Like, dude, that does no damage now. Comparatively. You can tank it really early now. That's wild. That's a level 7 Athena with... Well, she does a full prophetic. I guess that's pretty big, but... Yeah, some of the new items are pretty fun. I will agree with that. But some of them are also just so oppressive that you have to build them. And I think Sanguine is the main
can
one.
be there. I'm kind of far.
Sanguine
I am
is just
coming with
stupid.
ult if you keep fighting.
But I think once Sanguine has been dealt with, I mean, maybe probably... we still need Jade Scepter, like, nerfed in some way.
Turn beads.
Damn it. It's just still hit.
Enemies have returned to base.
I just don't know how Sanguine made it past testing, to be real with you. Because all I'm seeing is a Mystical Mail that has an active that also does damage, and that makes no sense to me how that got through. Especially considering that item already... Considering that item already has a, the same thing. Like, we're telling me that you knew both these items were so, like, gonna be in the game, and at the same time, those both items can be stacked? Maybe if you made it so the passives don't stack? But...
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think maybe that's something they could do to balance it out a bit more. Like, Sanguine needs a nerf either way, it's a very strong item. But maybe if you made it at least, so they don't stack. Because that shit is stupid. It's stupid. I'm forgetting on what you even buy on this god. Crusher's probably still the main thing. I gotta go Heartseeker, then Titan's Bane probably.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Rejuvenates me.
It is another cut in this jungle though. That's the third one today. On 3 different people.
Falling back. Okay.
It's kind of scuffed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, I can imagine Fenrir being really good with the current items. That makes sense.
That was a close one.
There's 2 HP shorts.
I will pin them down.
Weird fight.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Falling back.
Retreat! A warrior never apologizes.
Thanks. Your right tower is under attack. Attack the minions! Thanks. Spotted! Pistol down! Down!
I don't really think I should rotate, to be honest. But this is looking a little too tasty to not rotate on.
Wash them away! Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Destroyed the fire.
You want this?
You can't run from your fate.
I'll keep pushing while I have dagger. Pentas and Smite 2, I just haven't come across that often. I've seen a few on the enemy team, and I only had one. Like, only one. I clipped it as well, it's on my YouTube still. I think it's just, well, it's still on the Twitch too. And it was a Ra of all things too.
Enemy has been slain. Range some must never win. My sight, your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
It's kind of a surrender angle for them, to be honest.
Attack the full fury.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I was just kind of dominant in every lane, to be honest, it felt like.
Victory.
I'll be going ham on the Athena. Seems like they had a fun time on that team. They should have surrendered a long time ago, though. I think if every lane is losing, and you ain't getting something, I don't know, like a quick objective or like a desperate play to work, then yeah, you gotta just get out. It's over by then. Oh, we're going too fast. Hitting everything on the way. I was gonna take it a bit longer today, but I'm getting a little bit of a headache, so hopefully that can be... If it just stays the way it is, it's fine, but if it gets worse during this game, then I might have to just end after this game. It wasn't gonna be that much longer either way. I was just gonna take it like an hour or two more than usual. In the passion of a new patch. I was gonna do this yesterday, but yeah, it never came up, so... Or the servers never came up. Or ranked, specifically. I'm taking that Pele now. It's time to fucking try that shit.
Select your god.
Let's try Aspect Zilla. I need to see what this does again. Okay, fuel. You only gain fuel from Pyroclast. Damage. Maybe you don't actually go for this, because you're losing some healing now. Magma can no longer be refired, but now provides healing. Maybe you do go for this. You have a heal. Provides protection instead of strength. And lifesteal. Oh, wait. No, it gives protection instead of strength and lifesteal. You do lose the lifesteal and then. And volcanic lightning damage no longer has strength scaling. That doesn't sound worth it. But I also don't play Pele much. Maybe it is incredibly good. Well, either way, I'm gonna play it as a tank, so I might as well just go for the aspect. And hope for the best. Rank 1 Pele. This might be the best game of my life, or it's gonna be the worst. We'll see. There's no in between. Playing only Pele until the one is released. I mean, on the bright side, at least she's good. That could work. There were worse gods that I could be forced to play, like Mulan. Granted, Mulan probably isn't that bad right now because of the items right now, but I probably still need Bluestone though, don't I? Otherwise, I'll just run out of mana permanently. Huh. Yeah, I think fuck. I'm gonna try Warriors. Because I am also going to go with Debos first. And then just go full tank after that. I don't know what I'm against either, which is one of the reasons too. Because I'll probably end up having to go with Sanguine. Which is nice. With the magic protection. Like, unless Hu Yi for some reason is the soul laner and they have a weird mage. Well, actually, it is an aspect acne. It could be Hu Yi solo. It is, in fact, Hu Yi solo. Okay. Well, that confirms it. Shit, I can't go Sanguine then. Or I can, but... Creep diff, to be honest. From what I do remember, the aspect does feel pretty weak early on. But you'll reach a point where it feels a bit stronger once you can fight back a bit more. Maybe around level 8 or so. But also, I mean, against an ADC, it's going to be a bit harder, probably.
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful left. Enemy missing. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
I did not think they could one-shot me from under tower. Otherwise I wouldn't have beat so early. Wow. I guess those extra protections are fake. That's wild.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's a bummer.
I mean, that really sucks. I'm gonna be really far behind now. Sorry if you can hear the ice cream truck. That shit's loud as fuck. Wow, that was a great spike. Holy shit.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
What is... Oh no.
Tower is under attack.
Okay.
That's the easiest kill in his life, man. That's so bad. That's really not good.
Quit annoying me. Be careful right. Enemy missing middle.
That's good though. I'm glad he gave me the room.
Follow me. Seriously?
Why aspect? Because I'm gonna go tank. Oof, that was a son on there. How to get the Pele skin? I forgot what it's from. I think it might have just been a drop. I don't really play Pele, so I didn't keep track of it, but it might have just been a drop on Twitch. It might come back eventually, but... Considering I don't play Pele, I would never buy a skin for her. It is more than likely from a drop. And on the whole Y aspect thing, I don't actually fully know if non-aspect or... Like, in jungle, obviously non-aspect is better, but for solo, if you want to like build full tank, basically, I imagine the aspect is a little bit better, potentially. But ultimately, who really knows? Aspect also does give me a heal on my 3, which is a little bit nice. But it's so weak now.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
The heal is alright. It's not amazing, but it is alright. Let's get regrowth first, since I'm into Hui. He's gonna get a kill here. Watch it. He didn't. He just died. Go away, Naga! You're the issue here! Oh, we're not getting him? That's really unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
No, we're down. I feel like 1 and 3 is enough to make him jump. Yeah. It was before, at least. But it's all in the mind game. Maybe he won't fall for it in the end. Shit. I tried to stick around. Was a bit risky, but I don't know. I'm not sure he dives me. Yeah, well, yeah, if he's low, he'll definitely fall for it, but even so, I don't really mind him jumping out. I kind of need him to jump, but as long as I have my ult up and he jumps, he should be dead. Right now, anyway. Late game is going to be a different case. I fucked that one up. I ulted way too early. I thought he was gonna insta jump. Oh well.
You have to stop playing like me, he's horrible. Just stay out of that side.
I definitely don't know why he stuck around.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh. I should have maybe pushed. I realize now, but whatever. Stealing the farm is probably more important after all. Keeping him down. It's not looking too hot overall. on the opposite side. Neath is definitely struggling.
Enemy missing right. Seriously?
Jaguar. Slave.
I think I still get him. Had to close the distance a bit. And I don't really have a reason to hold on to my beats anymore, to be honest. I'll just use it if I can get a kill. It's my choice boots now? No, it's just the icon. A lot of people have commented on it. It's not actually boots. They do give you movement speed though, but that's not because of the boots. Well, maybe it is. Let's rotate for this. Right, just full of sanguine. Warrior Tabai, holy shit, that brings back memories. He really wants those double hits. Or the ricochets, I would say. Could have jumped after him, but I think without my 2 I don't catch up anyway. He still has his jump.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. On my way.
On my way.
He even beats. Active beats. It's not a bad heal actually, the more I look at it. In this meta, with all the nerfed healing, it's like a decent maybe 10-15% heal. Let's grab Mystical Mail as well.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
They are going crit though. At least on one of them.
On my way.
Kind of strange who you build as well. It's a good double tap. Wow, that was a choice. Don't know why he's just chasing like that. Okay. Level 18 Susano really still hurts though. And just because of acne, I might have to go Spectral as well. No, something I am forgetting though. No, they don't have any healing. Fuck. Brawlers wouldn't do anything for me then.
On my way. Middle lane.
Well, at least this confirms that he's still here. We gotta shut him down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
I press T? Sure. There you go.
Retreat! Enemy on my way! Retreat! In my way! Karodi! On my way! Quit annoying me!
Oops. Good that I missed, because that's not a good fight for us to take. I have the back. I have 4k. Do I actually go for this? I'm not sure. I feel like I want more damage as well. But no. It's a bad idea. Let me make sure Acne can't just crit me to death here. And goes for some spectral. Spectral action. Get shifters. I thought about it, but no. I think that's better stuff, and I need spectral for Acne. He's going on with a heavy crit build. I can't risk just getting smacked by crit. I am a lover of shifters though, but I don't think it's the right choice here. Don't think I need to rotate on that. I want to keep an eye on fire, which is why I'm really trying to stay on this side of the map. But I guess it doesn't matter, they're literally just all over there. My competitive mind doesn't work in this rank game. No. Aw, man. I hope he jumps me. Yeah. How much is that? Yep. Exactly my point. I need it for Acne, man. Probably gonna have to go... Let's go for this as well, actually. Get some cooldown, because this shit is... my cooldown turned really on my side right now, it feels like. Yeah, 12 seconds and 11 seconds. Nice. Big combo. Just wall him off. Nice. My team doesn't even need me. My score is fake.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I will admit though, Pele still doesn't really feel like a god that I enjoy all that much. She's kind of in the Finra category. Where... If they come in, we have to fight though.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Stop CCing me. Man, if we had something else than Neath here, it would be really nice, because we just don't have any objective damage. Not a single god we have here is an objective-related god. Maybe I go Contagion, actually, the more I think about that, too. Well, it's too late now, anyway.
Enemies in left lane! Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away! Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Attack the fire giant!
Yeah, Spectral makes a big difference.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. The rain shall wash them away. Wash them away.
Big Neath damage. Worked out pretty well in the end, considering it was looking kind of grim in the very beginning.
Victory.
I wasn't really sure what Hui was trying to build here. Just an ability-based Hui, but if you want to do this, go int. The ability-based Hui is int. It is not physical. Like, if you want to go strength, just go crit. At least that's how I kind of look at it. Thor has the right idea. It is weird though. I do think OP tank metas feel way worse than OP just high damage numbers, because at least the characters in Smite anyway. In Smite you can still go for squishies. There's some guys that still work in support and in solo that aren't tanks, so you still have the option to play those. But OP tank metas don't feel good. Alright. I will do at least one more game here. Maybe this might be the last, because my headache is getting slightly worse. Slightly. Where are we at? How far? I haven't made any progress, guys. I'm sorry to say. I've actually made 0 progress today. Yeah, I mean, made no progress. You're down to duo queue? I'm only afraid that the queue is gonna get longer because of the duo queue. I don't want to wait too long. And this is my last game anyway, more than likely. So for now, I'll solo queue, but it would be nice to have like a duo queue partner. Probably for next time I stream. Preferably someone in the same range though, so we can actually like consistently make sure that we're playing at a high level. As high as you can in a new meta anyway. I'll get you some wins. Alright, sure. Let's do one last here. I might as well just grab you in, since I'm still in queue. So you can just invite me. Carry me through my headache. Because I feel like my ability to focus will lessen with my headache. Alright, while we're in queue, let me go give my dog some food, because I kind of forgot that. Usually it gets it like 30 minutes to an hour ago, so be back good, boys. Okay. Dog fed. Yeah, last time for me with a soft reset and why I almost ended up quitting because it was just so way too frustrating was I believe I got up to around here. You know, I got to the 4200s. It was a decent, nice little winning streak, and then it went all the way down. I guess like 400-ish. I lost, but then I just stuck around in this area for like a week, and it was so depressing. And I was playing every day. Like after a few days, I was like, I'm fucking losing it. It's like hours upon hours of not getting anywhere. Because one game you have is really nice, and you're doing your best, and you somehow end up winning that game. That was great. Then the next game is going to be one of those shit games where you just end up having one person who's generally not really supposed to be in that game. They're just, I mean, I can't blame them either, but you can clearly tell their skill level is nowhere near the rest of the map, of the whole match. And that just feels like shit. So it's not even because I didn't enjoy playing the game. It was 1000% more just because I was tired of dealing with bad like lobbies. So, hey Albi, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Our duo was unstoppable. Maybe that's how we climb a bit. We just duo queue. I'll go ADC. Though right now that's probably not a good idea, to be fair, just because Sanqueen tank nonsense is probably going to stop us from being able to do anything anyway. Nah, I reckon your Athena carried that game. I needed that setup.
Select your god.
I wouldn't have been anything. So big. So big, huh? Yeah, I'll do what I thought was good. Let me do the Thana thing that I wanted to do. Might as well do it now. It's gonna be my last game, and I do think it will work. So I don't feel like I'm trolling here. Well, not yet. We'll see. Maybe I am trolling, and I just don't know it yet. Yes, Amma would be great. It gives me the chance to fight early. Please. Please. No! The worst case scenario is here. Fuck. Fuck. I'm sad. Now I have to sit back and farm. Whoever you are on that Bellona, you're playing with my feelings. Thanatos. I'm sure it's fine. At least Bellona needs to stick to you in order to do anything, and maybe I can just stay away. Amma would be great, you say? Yeah. He hurt me. And then proceeded to spit in my face. Alright then. Alright. Our comp is pretty shit compared to theirs, though, I'm not gonna lie. And they also have Sobek. I have to go beats this game. Beats. I had a build in mind that I literally just forgot. What was I building? Fuck was I going to build? Well, I guess I'm changing it up a little bit, because I feel like I have to go Devourers. It's too powerful, and it gives you too much strength. Especially if you're going full tank, having an item that will give you like 100 strength, might as well just have to just do that, don't you? It's not 100 though, but... Let's see if Tank Thana is back. Oh, we have Relic as well. Nice. Relic is a cool guy. It's not just because he's a chatter, but he's a cool guy. Right, Relic? This build is... If only I had a way to do the invincible pop-up. But that sounds like too much time to invest into my stream.
Cut your life strings.
Okay. God damn it. What seems to be the problem? My life will simply just be sticking to raw this game. I do have the slow immunity to make it work.
No.
Damn, that would have hit. They were just out of range. Tragic. I saw an opportunity and I had to take it.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I'll cut you down. You cannot escape death.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Help! Help! Help!
Ally has been slain.
Do I stick around? I'll try. Still 300 gold.
Enemy
worth.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think he's got Golden Blade.
On my way.
Cut your life stream.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
What the fuck?
The rain shall wash them away. Slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
What the fuck was that? No, my heal.
Be careful.
Damn.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Cold Fury.
I mean, if this game is too fast, we're gonna have to do another one. I wasn't expecting like a insane stomp here. Guess you weren't lying. You're taking this serious. Still regrowth. I was thinking maybe mystical mail, but I'm not sure how much I want to be in their face. I'll have to do sanguine just for the OP-ness of that fucking item, but mystical mail might be a little too much. Mythical mail.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Unlucky for me that he actually just ults over my one. But so smart, I guess.
Enemy ultimate.
Oh, easy on the rain shall wash them away.
Cut your life streams.
Shit.
Right lane.
You're going nowhere.
Your left tower is under attack.
mean, my 3 heals as well now, so I believe that was bugged. I tested this on practice, and I was so confused why it didn't work. But both Thena was apparently bugged until the patch that came out earlier, I guess today or something like that. Either earlier today or like during the night, whatever.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Logged into the game today and all the gems are gone. That sounds like a bug you might want to report. That does suck. Assuming you mean diamonds. Sometimes it happens if the servers don't connect to your account correctly. So make sure you're on your actual account. I've noticed that happening to me sometimes. Sometimes the servers can be pretty slow.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a gold your life stream.
I'll cut you down. Enemy missing left.
I missed the Cyber Reaper skin. I'm not sure what his actual name is, but like it was like a blue looking cyberpunk-esque Reaper. I missed that one.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
That could have gotten awkward.
Why don't they surrender?
I'll cut you down.
I don't even have a reason to rotate. Because we're winning everywhere else too. Oh, I suck. what now though? Maybe Stone Binding is still nice. In the brief time where Thanatank was good, this item was really nice for him, because you always 3 before you 1 anyway, so they just get less protections. And it's like the easiest hard CC to just hit. So, as long as you hit the scythe afterwards, it is worth it. Damn, I really want to run.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Your souls to me.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
No!
Your right tower.
Damn it! I missed.
Like me. Attack the Gold Fury!
Your life stream.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I was missing a bit of gold. Fuck. And I'm at 20. Never mind, I'm not missing any gold. Not sure what to build now. If they are building crit, which they are, probably should go Spectral.
Escape death.
Actually, I should go Contagion.
I'll cut you down. Come to me.
If this was a serious game, I probably would have went Contagion instead of Stone Binding. No! That sucks. that was insanely lucky that that bounce actually hit him. That's wild.
Ultimate is ready. Defend. The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain. Shut down. Jeez.
Actually healed enough not to get executed.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy moly, the sun just came out. God damn. My screen.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
I can't follow him with TP! Fuck. Man. I thought he backed originally, so I didn't think he actually went for back camps.
The pyro has arrived. Your team has destroyed the gold viewer.
Defend left. Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Attack!
The rain shall wash them away. And confusion. Double kill.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Gotta end this fucking game before they make some weird comeback. That worked out.
Victory.
Yeah, we can do the one Sarki if you want. This one was a bit faster than I expected, so let's do one more. That'll be my last. I can squeeze in one last before I gotta go walk the dog. Fucking hell. He actually understands what that means. I forgot. I haven't used that phrase in a while on stream. He literally gets up and starts looking at me. Thana really is fun, though. I do like playing Thana. I just think that he's so situationally good. Like, getting first blood as well into Bologna, I think definitely shouldn't happen for me. That was just kind of lucky that he was being over-aggressive. I could try Aspect Apollo with Leviathan Hide. I do want to try that. That could be interesting. Hello, because me. Hello, Will Valerian. Have you started the grind yet? Or did you quit? You never know these days. Oh shit, that was speed on this fucking game. I wasn't prepared for how fast I was running. Dude, I'm so fast because I got one really broken upgrade. What is this? Even haste is broken. This meta is crazy. Actually, Obelona and died just skirts and Neiman line. Yeah, I mean, at that point, I had trouble dealing with her as well, but because I was getting fed, it's just the fact that I got first blooded, or I've got first blood on her, that made it as easy as it was. I just think getting an early 1v1 solo kill in solo is gigantic, because you just take everything for it. Like, if you're level 11 and they're 12, sure, that's not going to make a huge difference. But if you're level 4 and they're level 3, that makes a gigantic difference. Like, the early levels are just so important. You can't fight back at all. He still tried, though, at times. Which is on him, obviously. He probably shouldn't have, but... Ish, playing later in daylight because of work. Fair enough. Miss the good old day queues. Understand. I understand. At least right now, it does feel like most people do actually play earlier rather than late these days. Like, Dutch isn't playing anymore, I guess. He quit again. Which results in no longer having like a consistent night queue. I'm not sure if anyone plays at night consistently now. Right. Don't want to do Thana again. I could do the Apollo thing I've been trying out. Yeah, I'll do the Apollo thing. Wolfie is? Okay, that's good. I hope someone at least is. Probably gonna lose lane into Chuck, to be honest. If he plays it right, because I don't really think I can fight him. Ow. Ow. Even more so because of the build I'm gonna try. I think the build I'm gonna try isn't a very much... It's not a fight heavy build. It's a I will be there for later build. Fucking hell. How much shit can I hit on the way? That's what I'm doing in fucking haste. Fuck. Double stacking? Not exactly. But at the same time, kind of. Alright, Zeus. Let's have a good one. Susano? I'll go Aegis this game. Do I rush it? Do I rush it? I don't think I do. I still think I have to go Golden Blade first. I just don't think there's any way around that. I need the early attack speed and I need the early damage. Otherwise my wave clear is gonna be complete dog shit. I actually do miss Sash, now that you mention it. Warlock Sash? Damn. Warlock Sash raw? With the aspect now? Maybe would go pretty hard. But at the same time not, because raw aspect is kind of bad. It's only good in the early laning phase, I think. It's so bad going into team fighting.
No problem.
Yeah. I can start lane on Apollo pretty easily, at least. Starting lane only sucks if your wave clear is bad at level 1. But should be alright with Apollo. Not to mention I have Bluestone. That helps. He also seems to be starting lane though.
You are as wise as you are strong.
Dude, these fucking minions, man. Are we gonna fix them anytime soon? No? Okay. My bad. They can't walk straight, man. Let's get the smalls so I can hit level 2 a little earlier. I do feel it's strange to land my autos on Apollo today. It literally in the last time I played Apollo earlier today, I had the same issue. I feel like my autos are slightly delayed. I don't know what it is. I haven't felt that way on Apollo before. Maybe they changed something on the autos. I'm not really sure. They might have made them. I don't know. Something just feels off. Had to go for the harp. What? Do they have special ice cream down there? Am I missing out? That sucks. I missed 2 autos.
An enemy has been slain.
Tragic.
I'll make them pay.
I figured he was probably baiting with the way he was playing, but that meant even more that I had to get him. He's sticking around though. If he sticks around long enough, it'd be good for me. But no. Too much fighting right now though, and not enough farming.
Retreat! Enemy missing!
Let's do Contagion. That's the next thing. Nope. Cancel that. I'm stupid. I almost forgot again. Leviathan Hide. Leviathan Hide. Do that. Follow the plan.
Enemy missing right!
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's too bad. Retreat!
Aw, that sucks. As I back, this fucking Susano shows up.
Enemy missing right! Cancel that.
Ally has been slain.
He blinked as well, that's funny. I'm going for it. Did you guys hear the slow-mo singing? That's so funny. Because the slow-mo happens when Chuck's ult goes down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let me just go finish this straight away. Shit, maybe that's a mistake. They do have a few heals, but going brawlers for this might not be the play. What else can I buy for this? Nothing that I actually want. Fuck. Guess it's brawlers then.
Your right tower is under attack.
Because I need... Like, going Sanguine Leash, probably still worth it. Even on Apollo, to be fair. It's just that broken. I really want to use this in something else. I might have to just go Spectral. At least I get the HP out of it. And Kali Micro Crit.
Yes.
And I also need... I need Contagion. That's what I want next. I just fucked up by buying this shit. Could also go Shoguns.
Okay.
Being limited to HP only does make it pretty hard to choose items. All the most OP ones aren't really that right now, outside of Contagion.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Woo!
I thought that was gonna go a lot better. Okay. Whoops, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Do ADCs not get any farm? How are ADCs every game I've seen so far just always behind? That's so weird. And it's not like he's been feeding or anything like that.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Didn't realize he was back in. So far, not really getting the worth out of this Leviathan hide. I've hit 2 autos so far. Run! Ah. Contagion. And we've overchased again.
Yes.
On my way.
This isn't great so far, but we're kind of getting by.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't help but feel I fucked up by going brawlers, but I wasn't willing to sell it. Should have probably just end up having to accept that and just go Stampede. Not Stampede, Spectral. But I'm not seeing crit, so it'd be so weird.
Your left tower is under attack.
I lived!
Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. On my way. Hope I still got all my parts. On my way.
I definitely should not have lived. At least Murray's is staying in base. Yeah, he's doing his best.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack left lane. Down. Attack left lane.
And the sun came back. Fuck. I'm blinded. Can't do much about it right now.
Be careful left. Enemies incoming. On my way.
That's so annoying, man. Absolutely wombo comboed. And Merlin is dead again. Shit. Well, we just got fucking cooked by that. If it wasn't for the Susano pull, I could have aegis it. But no. It has 300 HP? Fucking hell, I'm getting that then. Was that buffed as well? I didn't know. That's a lot of HP.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Attack the gold area.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Retreat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do not know what the fuck Merlin is doing. We can't be dying to Vulcan ults as Merlin. Right? We have a TP. We gotta save that shit for when he does that shit, you know?
Defense left lane. Attack right lane. Ultimate is ready. Woo! Attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies under fire giant. Range to wash them away.
Too bad.
Be right back.
I was about to say, I need so little for level 20. Perfect. Odo's a hit hard on Chalk because he's full damage. But just him, pretty much. So big I can't really kill, it's gonna take a while. Even Susano feels way more tanky, which he is, because he has Magi's. Chalk is the squishiest character in their team. Takes so long to max keepsakes in Hades. It does. I didn't do it for that reason. definitely don't think Leviathan hide is worth it. Maybe in an... It's weird, you just don't really get that much health out of it. You get 6 health per auto, but it has a 10-second cooldown. Or is it 20? It's a 10-second cooldown, so you just don't really get off very often. So all I have is 144 extra HP 25 minutes into the game.
Your team has destroyed the fire.
You want the achievement? Is Leviathan's good now? No. I feel like after this game, I feel like I can tell you that it's not. Like, is it terrible? Probably not. I mean, it still has a pretty decent, like it's not. It has a pretty decent passive, you know, but it's nothing special. Let's just go Neiman last. One other active I can play with, dude. I'm Kali's target. You should switch. You should really switch.
The rain shall wash them away. She's need a break. It seems. Follow me.
What is good though is Contagion. That's probably the best item that Apollo has gotten out of this patch. New Contagion is really good, and obviously Apollo aspect scales with health. So there's that, but that's about it. Alright, that is gonna be it for me. I have to go make some dinner and walk the dog and all that fun stuff, so... And my headache is still here, so it is probably for the best that I go do something else. But yeah, thank you Sarky for queuing with me. It makes it a lot more fun, I would say, having someone to rely on in these games. Fucking dog ass. Alright, thanks guys, I appreciate it. I will probably not stream until Friday. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But I'll be back Friday either way, so see you guys.